Right, we're back again with this game. It's been like a month. But at least I beat 2 games in that little break. Minor break. Short break. Anyways. Episode 3. The Kidnapped Turnabout. March 13th. 10:11 a.m. Question mark? It's time. Don't worry, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be following your every movement with my binoculars. Good to hear. Now make sure you don't lose sight of me. I'm counting on you for backup. You can count on me, sir. I have to go. The kidnapper is supposed to contact me soon. Who would have thought that, upon my return, I'd be thrust into a kidnapping case? And that I would be the one who would have to make the ransom drop off. Let's see, I checked that the money is all here. Safe inside the suitcase. He's using the suitcase from last episode. Now all I have to do is await further instruction from the kidnapper, which I'm expecting to be transferred to my cell phone. I wonder who else is around. This is the meeting place after all. Welcome to Gatewater Land. Oh, thank you. This guy looks evil. And a big hello to you. I'm the Proto Badger. Nice to meet you. Proto B. Excuse me, but were you perhaps thinking of taking a picture of me? A picture? Of you? Sorry, but I'm not interested. Aw, that's too bad. Well, have a good day. That's the kidnapper right there. Hello? Who are you? You're not Ernest Amano. Who? It sounds like the kidnapper's using some sort of voice alteration device. I'm his representative, Miles Edgeworth. Are you a cop? No, I'm a prosecutor. I know what you're wondering, and yes, I have brought the ransom money with me. I see. In that case, bring the money with you to the stadium. So this person intends to see if I'm being followed, huh? Please, Detective Gumshoe. I really need you to come through for me this time. This one time. Edgeworth speaking. Next, come to the haunted house. And just how long do you intend to have me wander around for? That's for me to decide. You don't have much of a choice here, my friend. I suppose not. I've arrived. Go inside. That guy's definitely gonna try to kill me. What a dismal place. That's it. Go through those doors. Am I being watched from somewhere? Leave the money and go. Now. I was hoping for an exchange, but maybe I should do as they say for now and not push it. Okay, I didn't realize it's gonna be a spooky episode. I'm gonna get jump scared. I couldn't catch even a glimpse of the kidnapper. Perhaps I should keep an eye on this haunted house until police backup arrives. It was a trap. It's like an hour later. That guy. Betrayed. No, can't be. Then the deal. Who is that? What are they talking about? Split. Police. Alright. In front of meetup. I can't move my body. Here I may faint again. Where am I? How long was I out? It wasn't raining like it was now when I made the drop off. Like it is now. Let me check something. Okay. This was supposed to be a simple affair. So why have I been taken hostage as well? I can only assume Detective Gumshoe lost sight of me at some point. The only reason I agreed to be the drop-off man was because of that phone call. It was from Mr. Ernest Amano. I forgot about him. The director of the powerful Zaibatsu, the Amano Group. But aside from that, I also owe him a great debt of gratitude. His only son, Lance, had been kidnapped. I know that Lance is already in his 20s, but I guess some things you never grow out of. I can't sit around while waiting for someone to come help me. I must escape somehow. Ha ha ha. Was that you making that funny sound? Who's there? And how dare you laugh at a gentleman's plight? Who are you? Are you one of the kidnappers? Kidnapper? Me? No way. I'm not in such petty crimes. Isn't this Jay's favorite character? Well. Nope. I'm after something much, much bigger. Arg. I must be worn out from today's ordeal. Focus, Miles. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Sorry about that. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine, the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief, Yatagarasu. Great thief? And did she really just claim to be the Yatagarasu? Oh, but my real name is Kay Faraday. You can call me Kay. Kay? Good, glad that's settled. Not quite. I have a mountain of questions for you. But first, if you'd be so kind as to remove those ropes. these ropes. I wonder, should I remove them? I was actually having a lot of fun watching you make those silly faces. Hey, there's no need to get all mad and icy glary on me, you know? This rope goes through here, and there you go. What a relief. I owe you my thanks. It's okay. You can pay me back in full later. Now then, what question should I start with? Unfortunately, I can already tell nothing is going to be easy with this cheeky girl. You call yourself the Great Thief. Yet are you really a thief at all? You doubt me? I get it. You think that a young lady like me couldn't possibly be such a big-time thief, right? That's not the part I have a tough time believing. I'm the real, genuine Yatagarasu, you know? Yep, I'm a pure-blood great thief. It's a little something I inherited from my predecessor. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I arrested you then, right? What? Of course I'd mind. I haven't stolen anything yet. Seriously, I don't know how you can make such a horrible thing, say such a horrible thing to your savior. That's true, technically she hasn't stolen anything in front of me. Yet. When you say you're the Yatagarasu, do you mean you're the Yatagarasu? Yep, the most righteous of the righteous, the legendary great thief. But I inherited the title only recently, so I haven't had the chance to steal anything yet as the second Yatagarasu. I was not aware that thieves could pass down their titles like that. Don't worry, I've got some big plans in the works. Big plans, huh? That wouldn't have to lead to a big arrest, would they? I knew it. There's just no reasoning with a prosecutor. I'm not the problem here. I'll have you know that the Yatagarasu has no interest in stealing petty trinkets. How do you know I'm a prosecutor? There's one thing and only one thing I want to steal. Only one thing. What would that be? Well, that's going to have to wait until we find our way out of here. Well, at least there's one thing we agree on. I'm sure I'll have plenty of time later to learn more about you. So you never told me about your name, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess not. I'm Miles Edgeworth. Aha! Now I remember. How can you remember something I just told you? But she sure is cheery. Alright then, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's get out of here. It would seem that we are locked in from the other side. What? No way. I don't hear you. La la la. Okay, do you remember where you came in from, right? Looks like that might be our only way out of this room. Whoops, slight miscalculation. That's a good height to make an entrance from, but I can't jump that high to make an exit. I suppose we have no choice but to look around and see if we can find another way out. Isolated room. Begin investigation. Isn't this my phone? Looks like it made it through the ordeal intact. Only there was a way for us to contact someone on the outside. But we do have a way. Right here. There's a cell phone here this whole time. If I'm right, Detective Gumshoe should have contacted the precinct for backup by now. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, are you okay? I was so worried, sir. I'm fine. I was knocked unconscious for a spell by the kidnapper, that's all. I'm sorry, sir. I'm such a failure. If only I hadn't lost sight of you. Detective, we don't have time for this. Have the police set up a perimeter right now. You don't have to worry about that, sir. I already got the boys working on that. But in doing that, I sorta... What's wrong, Detective? Sorry to butt in. I'm afraid you're going to have to make do with me. Who is this? Shi Long Lan of Interpol. A pleasure to speak with you, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard a great deal about you. So why exactly is an Interpol agent like yourself involved in a domestic kidnapping case? Don't sort the details. A crime's a crime, whether it's on a local or global scale. Besides, you're the one who's in a world of trouble. And why would you say that? Lang Zi says, the pack that runs together stays together. Catch my drift? You caused quite a ruckus by running blindly into a situation and then getting caught. You should have contacted the police from the very beginning. I'm sorry that this happened because of a lapse in judgment. However, I humbly request that you please help me out of here post-haste. Sorry, no can do. What? We're hunting the kidnapper now, and we haven't got any hands to spare. As I said, my pack moves as one. You're the one who wanted to go it alone, so good luck to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh, and once we do catch the kidnapper, rest assured we'll come find you. Eventually. You. What's wrong? Did you get cut off? No, my phone ran out of power. No way! Doesn't matter anyway. We should try to get out of here, though, through our own means. Yeah, I have a name to live up to, after all. If we put our heads together, I'm sure we'll find a way out. Man. Yeah, there's something inside the bottom right box. I think it's a pink badger costume. Pink badger? You don't keep up with what's going on in the world, do you? In that case, you better study up on the whole badger clan with this. Proto-Badger, the very first badger. Bad Badger. A vile criminal with a gun. Blue Badger, an ally of justice who keeps the peace. And Pink Badger. Note her unique pink bow. This reminds me a little bit of Mega Man. I mean, Proto is Proto Man. Mega Man would be Blue Badger, since he's the Blue Bomber. Pretty sure this is his nickname, and the Pink Badger would be like Roll. And Bad Badger, I don't know. Bass. Think of it as a Bible of all the things you'll ever need to know about the clan. Whatever, I suppose I can keep it as a reference guide or something. Blue Badger Bible. Book detailing info on the whole Badger family. I suppose that means that this is where they keep all the costumes. It certainly looks that way. It's like the Badger family's home. There are 8 boxes, but 7 of them are empty, which means that 7 of the costumes are in use right now. It seems that the costumes of the Badger family are kept in the isolation room. But aren't these badgers the mascots of the police force? Well, I heard that the police had a hand in sponsoring this theme park. Probably because the Gatewater Group owes the police from all those cases they solved. They have all the power of the state, and they use it to make a theme park? It's not just any theme park. They have a handcuff-shaped double-looped roller coaster. That's quite enough. I'm feeling woozy from just the thought of such a thing. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. He always says this. I suppose this is the pink badger. But since it has the same design, doesn't it seem forced to call this one a female? Think so? I mean, just look at how long her eyelashes are. That's the only difference. And the fact that she's pink. Yes, and her lips are red. See? Lipstick. What? She has nothing to say about the giant pink ribbon? Or is that too obvious? What do we have here? Ah! Why do I feel a laser-like stare aimed right at me? Did you want to take a look? Well, I don't mind if I do. Oh, I see. Yes, this is definitely a key. I'm sure it's a key to something. Tiny key. I may be able to open something somewhere in this room with this key. The something is what is relevant to my interest. I guess we can expect all of them separately then. That's the Blue Badger. I'm at the main gate. Excuse me, but his name is Proto Badger, not Blue Badger. He's based off of the very first design created by the local police chief. You know, when you compare the two, the Blue Badger looks a bit cuter. I suppose as he continued to redesign him, the chief managed to make him cuter and cuter. Even humanity has come a long way when you think about how much we've evolved. Are we comparing the Blue Badger to humans now? So this is the Blue Badger's rival, the Bad Badger, huh? Do you feel some sort of reverence toward this badger, Kay? Ha! I can't believe you would be so stereotypical when it comes to thieves. Surely you must also think there are much cooler, cuter ones out there, right? That's it. I've decided that thieves and thievery need an image makeover. Good luck with that one. Oh, look, it's the Blue Badger. I suppose even this thing can be popular with women. My nemesis. What in the... Why is she beating it up? He's got the word badge right in his name. That nothing but bad news for someone like me. That nothing? Not that's. And to think he's out there wandering in this park. I'd better be careful, or he's gonna arrest me by the power of his name alone. I somehow doubt that the Blue Badger has the power to arrest anyone. Alright, well... Usually we can make a deduction when we've checked everything. Doesn't seem like anything... we haven't checked here. And these don't really go together. Man, why did they have to put the window so high up anyway? How's a thief supposed to make her daring escape? I suppose we could make our way out of here if we were able to climb on top of these lockers. Haha! That's pretty clever. You'd make a great thief yet, Mr. Edgeworth. Please don't ever place my name and the word thief in the same sentence again. Let's see. I wonder if I can jump and grab the top of the locker here. Man, why do they have to make such ginormous lockers anyway? Even if we wanted to use these lockers, we'd need some sort of foothold. Well, I'm guessing the key will open one of these lockers and we can use it as a foothold. What is this? Looks like the Bad Badger. And it's looking at as bad as ever. Looks like a costume head to me. I guess the Bad Badger's costume is, at the very least, a two-piece, right? The real question is, why is only the head sitting out here on the floor? Bad Badger's head. Costume separate into head and body. This head was left in the isolation room. They're holding a Blue Badger photo rally. You didn't know? Plus, it's not just the Blue Badger. It's his whole family, too. You managed to snap a shot of every member of the family, you get a really posh prize. Badger photo rally. Take a picture of every... Okay. It's basically what you just told me. Well, there's a costume head sitting over there. Why not start with a picture of that? You can't do that. That's cheating. There's only one of each badger in the park, so you have to work for it. Speaking of badgers, there was one sitting against a wall in the haunted house. Seriously? But somehow I don't think that one counts, Mr. Edgeworth. You have to take pictures of the costume ones walking around the park. So those are the rules of this game. How quaint. Maybe we can use this paint to help us escape. And what exactly do you have in mind? Well, we can paint HELP in really giant letters. And who, pray tell, would see these giant letters? We're inside a building. Okay, then how about we light the paint on fire and send our colored smoke signals? Anyone who saw it would think some crazy arsonist was about and call the police. Actually, that may not be great for me, seeing as I'm a thief and all. Let's try to find something other than this paint to use, shall we? Alright. The kidnapping. Do you know where the people who kidnapped you went? Well, after they locked you up in here, it sounds like they went into the next room and started talking to someone. I feel like I heard something as well, but it's all a haze in my mind. However, I do recall that the kidnapper was talking with someone. It was just a guess before, but I guess I really am dealing with two kidnappers here. After that, they left. It almost seems as if they were done with you. I suppose that is the case, as my kidnapping seems like an afterthought to the $1 million. Well, if they went into the next room, let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can find through the slot. Let's try it. No luck. Oh, we can peer into the room the kidnappers are in front of. Or we're from here. I won't rest until I've inspected... Alright. There's a beam in the next room, identical to the one in this room. There's even a hook on it to handle a propped-up door panel in place. Which reminds me. Did you find something useful, Mr. Edgeworth? Perhaps. I may have found a very handy hint to how to get out of here. Is that what I think it is? Looks like the kidnappers had an escape tunnel prepared just in case. That's awesome. They're like a bunch of great thieves themselves. No, they're not, because I highly doubt they made the tunnel themselves. The floor panel was removed and propped up against the beam in a very specific way. I think this building was originally built with a basement or underground area. There's a door on the opposite side that appears to be the same as this one, which would mean that I can probably assume that these two rooms are very similar in structure. I believe I may have just found out our ticket out. Alright, I think we got what we need. Maybe. This is the beam I was tied to. What's up? I was pondering if perhaps we could make it over and out the window if we climb this. Good thinking. If it's climbing action you need, just leave it to me. Thanks. This little hook looks like it might make a good foothold. Up you go, Kay, and good luck. Count on it. The great thief Yachikarasu spreads her mighty wings and takes to the skies. Here I go. As I thought, this beam was definitely not made for climbing. What do you mean, as I thought? I'm not your guinea pig, you know. This hook on this beam. You know what I tried? There's no way I can jump from this hook to the window. Come on, even you have to admit when something's just not possible. Huh. I wasn't about to suggest that again. Rather that it's here for a different purpose. Really? Like what? As you saw in the adjacent room, it's clearly for keeping a door panel propped up, which means that there should be a panel in this room that we can open as well. Oh, I get it. We didn't notice its existence all this time because it was hidden by this tarp. Alright then. Let's fold this thing up and see what's underneath. Now this is what I call a treasure. Wow, this must be another entrance to the secret hidden basement. I totally smell treasure. The scent I smell is the scent I wish to smell is the sweet fragrance of freedom. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and open the hatch. Alright. This thing is locked down tight. Ah, fiddlesticks. There we go. I believe you're up, Kay. Huh? Why me? Because we need to use this tiny key that you're taking quite a liking to. Ah, gotcha. Leave it to me. I love the tense feeling of these moments, when you're about to uncover something big. I believe the feeling of freedom would be much more satisfying right about now. Alright, I got the secret door open, and now... wait! What? Are you alright? Kay. I'm fine. The ladder just slipped is all. Thank goodness she's alright. I about had a coronary. There's a lot of really large machinery down here. What about an exit? I like how she just popped up like that. It's really dark and cramped down here, so I really doubt there's an exit. Arg, I can't believe that happened. You've only yourself to blame for leaping before you looked, you know? No way, I mean, how was I supposed to know? The ladder is removable. Looks as though it can be easily removed. But is it really safe to use? Well, we can use the ladder to climb up, right? Finally got the door to the underground area open. Okay, I just want to confirm with you that there wasn't an exit down there. Yeah, it was really cramped, and there was a lot of really big machinery. I see, are you hurt at all? I'm perfectly fine. I'm just a little surprised when the ladder suddenly slipped out from under me. I wonder if this ladder can be put to some use. So now we have the costume for something. I figured out how we will escape this prison, Kay. Oh? So how are we going to bust out? It seems that your reckless actions were of use after all. Are you actually praising me? More of a thank you for giving me an idea regarding this ladder. The underground ladder? What about it? This ladder isn't just for those who wish to go down. Oh, I see. If we use this... Yes, I believe it's long enough to reach the top of those lockers. Well then, what are we waiting for? Nice. Alright, now we can get out of here. Yes. We spent entirely too much time in here. Kidnappers who held me hostage and a mysterious Interpol agent. This case is only getting started. And I'll be the one to bring it to a resounding end. Meanwhile... Wild Wild West area. Looks like it stopped raining for now. Yeah, thank goodness. You have no idea how hard it was raining earlier. Mr. Edgeworth? I'm so glad to see you managed to escape, sir. I was so stressed that I thought my heart was going to give out. Sight to Gumshoe. May I ask what in the world that is? Well, that's, Count off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Shifu, all 99 members are here and accounted for, sir. Heh. What the heck do you think you're doing, counting my cubs off like that? What a design. Every person is a valuable human being. You get me? And everyone has a name that their parents gave to them. No one is 2 or 3. Oh, the white part was a part of your glasses? What the heck? Everyone, regardless of age or rank, is number 1. Got it? Shifu, Shifu. You're Agent Lang, I take it. You infidel. How dare you address our Shifu so rudely? Grr. Lang Shi says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. So don't you ever forget to show the proper respect towards another person. Sheena. This isn't much, but please accept my card. Oh, thank you. Please accept mine in return. Y'all see that just now? It's the proper way for 2 people to show their respect. Keep that in mind and you'll get far in life, got it? Ah, that's right. Francisca did warn me. Something about an elite Interpol agent from the Republic of Zenfa. Shenfa? I don't know how to pronounce it. But this was the detour area from the last chapter. Apparently this man has the highest successful arrest rate in the organization. Agent Lang. Why exactly is an Interpol agent involved with this? Clearly domestic case. That's none of your business, Mr. Prosecutor. No, is it not? I've heard a rumor or 2 about you. You solved the murder that occurred during your flight home recently, right? Huh. It sure took a while just to arrest one little flight attendant. How pathetic. How dare you say that about Mr. Edgeworth? Are you saying you'd have solved it faster, pal? The comedic relief jumps in to aid his master. How cliché. Look, what I'm getting at is if I had been there, no one would have died. I would have solved the entire case and Agent Hicks would have still been with us here today. Agent Lang knew yesterday's victim. Agent Akabe Hicks. Hicks was like a brother to me, so now I'm out to take my revenge. Agent Hicks was investigating a smuggling ring with Francisca and a 3rd person. This must be the man she was talking about. In that case, you should understand how I feel. As the kidnapped is someone I know. So I ask that you please allow me to participate in this investigation. Not so fast. Hold it. This isn't your neatly trimmed courtroom of Eden, you know. You're out in the wilderness now, Mr. Prosecutor, and way out of your league. No hard feelings, but why don't you go on back to your courtroom now, pretty boy. You dare to mock the court? I do. And I don't need the help of a filthy prosecutor. Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today. Who uses the adjective filthy to describe a prosecutor? Or who uses the adjective? I don't know why I can't read. And why? Why do I feel such intense loathing emanating from him? Alright, men. Good job on the perimeter around Gatewater Land. Now just find me the kidnapper and bring the punk to me. Dismissed. Sir! Now then, Mr. Prosecutor, you just sit tight there. And don't cause any trouble, understand? Wait. Mr. Edgeworth. It's been a while since I last met someone so disagreeable. Why of all places did he show up here? And completely out of blue at that. I suppose I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe to fill me in on that. Good job, Detective. Sir, for losing sight of me and the kidnapper, and allowing my investigation to be hijacked. Sir. You look forward to your next monthly... I look forward to your next month's salary assessment. But the case isn't lost yet, sir. I'm gonna show you just how much of a man Dick Gumshoe can be. Shall I prepare the 21 gun salute now or later? Detective, are you sure it was the precinct you called for backup? Of course, sir. I think I would know the number to my own precinct like the back of my hand. Then why did an Interpol agent show up instead, with an army of his own agents? That, I have no idea. About 5 minutes after I made the call, that Wolfman showed up out of nowhere, sir. Agent Lang definitely has an agenda, so the question is, what is he after? Mr. Edgeworth, I was wondering if I may ask about one thing, sir. Yes, what is it? Who is that? The girl over there, I mean. I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, Kay Faraday. What? Funny, I don't recall making you my assistant, Kay. Yes, I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Me. It's been like that since forever. Sorry, but I just stole your supporting role. How can you say something so serious with that giant grin on your face, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, we've got a thief in our hands, sir. She stole my role, sir. I'm taking her in, getting her convicted, and making sure she serves out her sentence. Oh, come on, it'll be fun. Like musical chairs. You better stay fast on your feet. No way. I won't. I will not lose the spotlight to you, little girl. Man, I can't calmly do any stealing at all with that detective around. I suppose it's not easy when there's this many members of law enforcement in the vicinity. It's alright. It's not like I'm in a hurry to steal just any old thing. Which is it? Do you plan to see something or not? Quite the mystery, this one. Maybe I should talk with her a bit more. So what are you going to do about your investigation into the kidnapping? Good question. Since Agent Lang holds the authority to investigate this case now, this makes things a bit more complicated. Oh, come on, you can't just let that stop you. I'll even lend you a hand, so let's go. But you're a self-purported great thief, are you not? I don't believe I can let someone of an unlawful nature participate in an investigation. You don't like to listen, do you? I'm not just any old great thief. I'm the Yatagarasu. As I said earlier, the Yatagarasu is after one and one only thing. You know, is after one and only one thing. What is this one and only one thing you're after? The Yatagarasu is only interested in one thing. And that is the truth. I see. It was 7 years ago. There was a vigilante who threw the business world into a panic. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appeared and vanished at will. Though we still don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yatagarasu liked to find and publicly disclose evidence to corrupt dealings of all sorts. Once a target was chosen, No dramatic calling card or announcement was sent forward. Instead, the chosen corporation was infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found was sent out to the mass media, along with a card with the mark of a three-legged raven. Looking back, I suppose you could call what the Amaterasu was stealing the truth. Could this child really be the successor to the original Amaterasu? But that can't be. Can it? Lance! Lance! Where are you, son? Ah, brother. Mr. Amano? Oh, Miles, my boy. I'm sorry to involve you in such a... You just got fat stacks in your pouch there. I'm sorry to involve you in such an affair just after you returned. For you, Mr. Amano, I gladly offer my assistance. After all, I have to thank you for how well things turned out during my time aboard. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been introduced to that law office. I had the chance to study the inner workings of another country's judicial system. No, no, no. Think nothing of it. As you know, Manfred and I go way back. I consider a beloved disciple of his to be like one of my own blood. If you ever want to go overseas again, you need only to ask. I can use my company's vast knowledge to send you anywhere at any time. So who's the old man? He's the father of the currently kidnapped Lance Amano, Ernest Amano. Now then, have you found Lance yet, Miles? Please. I miss my poor boy dearly. Terribly sorry. But your son's whereabouts remain unknown, Mr. Amano. What? Hold on there. Then what happened to all that money? I believe the $1 million has been stolen, and that the culprits are now on the run. What? Poor old man. Don't you have anything you can give him to cheer him up, Mr. Edgeworth? Forgive me, Mr. Amano. I was wondering if you could please tell me the details of the kidnapping one more time. Oh, it was yesterday. A call came to the house. From the receiver came the sound of my son. Help me, Daddy. I know this is tough, but please stay with me here, Mr. Amano. You don't understand. He hasn't called me Daddy in ages. It was incredibly moving. I wish I had recorded him saying that. He definitely should have recorded that conversation. But not for the sentimentality of an old man. I wonder if Lance is in on it to get the $1 million. Refresh my memory. What kind of person is Lance again? How will telling you about Lance help you get him back? Surprisingly, a lot can be deduced from a person's relationship and behavior. Very well then. Lance is my one and only son. And he turned 21 this year. He is very much like me when I was his age. Kind and very attractive. Right. I'm sure women simply can't keep their hands off him. Is there anything else about him you noticed of late? Now that you mention it, I haven't been able to get in contact with our butler, Oliver. Your butler? Yes, his name is Oliver Deacon? Huh. He's been with our family for years now. He gets along well with Lance, so I thought maybe he would know where my son is. Mr. Amano, could you please tell me a little more about your butler, Mr. Deacon? As a butler, he's outstanding. He even serves as Lance's personal private tutor. He took a brief leave recently, but even after it was over, I haven't been able to reach him. So you still haven't spoken with him since his leave. What about his family and friends? They said they hadn't seen him. I've tried everything I could think of, Miles. Do you think this could have something to do with Lance's kidnapping? It's possible, but I can't say anything for sure quite yet. So even the person closest to the victim has gone missing. Oliver Deacon. Sounds like one name I had better keep in mind. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Let's begin our investigation. Even if that Interpol agent holds the authority to head this investigation, we can't allow ourselves to stand idly by, twiddling our thumbs. I'm with you 100%, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I, Dick Gumshoe, pledge to stick by your side through thick and thin. Mr. Amano, it was my fault that the culprit disappeared, or the culprits escaped. Which is why, with your blessing, I vow to return Lance to you myself. Oh, I've never seen you so passionate before, Miles. Good luck to you, my boy. Alright, well, what are we waiting for? Let's do some investigating. If you think I'm losing to you, pal, forget it. This is like Donkey and Puss in Boots. They're just fighting for the sidekick role. So what should we investigate first? Thanks to Agent Lang, we can't leave this area. The culprits were here until only very recently. Which means we may be able to find some clues that will tell us how they escaped. Okay, let's get looking. Hey, you there. Who, me? What are you doing goofing off in a place like this? I wasn't goofing off, I was about to help Mr. Edgeworth kick off his investigation. You imbecile. All precinct detectives are now under Agent Lang's direct command. No way! I am not working for Wolf Boy. Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do something? Not exactly in a position to argue, seeing as how you are a member of the police. Good. Now let's go. No! Boy, have I got a job for something of your talents. Somewhat of your talents. Oh, that was exciting. Okay. What? Can't you tell I'm ready to get down to some detective work? You should go home. Your parents must be worried about you. Oh, come on. I finally get to be your assistant and you try to ditch me? I don't recall offering you the position. Why do you have to be so difficult? Besides, it's already too late, you know? Like I said, I've already stolen the position of assistant a while back. Ha, you're the only one asserting that. Well, by the time anyone notices, it's already gone. That's Yatagarasu way. You shouldn't speak so lightly of things you know nothing about. Fine, whatever, you win. Go ahead and do your little investigation. But the talented Assistant K is going to tag along no matter what you say. Even if she turns out to be useless, she's not going to listen to me. I might as well surrender and let her come along for the ride. Demon. Hey, it's a blue badger. Badger get. I really don't understand why she's so excited over this badger hunt. Speaking of badgers, there's a person inside there. Mr. Badger, I wonder if you might share with me what you saw. He's doing that contorted wiggling dance again. Aha! No way! Ah, you have uncovered my undercover identity, sir. This guy from like episode 5 of the first game, Ace Attorney. We might have seen him again, but I can't remember. But we definitely saw him during the Gantz investigation. Ah, you've uncovered my... Alright, whatever. I was to remain under that head, sir. Aren't you Officer Meekins? Sir, Mike Meekins, reporting for duty, sir. This man was a witness in one of the cases I headed 2 years ago. About the only thing I remember about this officer is that he often spoke and acted before he thought, which gave me a great deal of headaches. Is he a friend of yours, Mr. Edgeworth? I've met him in the courtroom once before. Why was he so upset when we unmasked him? Does he have something to hide? This guy is insane. Just look at his eyes. Officer Meekins. Why are you... And why does he have his officer hat on underneath the blue badger? Okay, whatever. Officer Meekins, why are you standing here wasting time? Sir, because I'm not a police officer right now, sir. I'm the Blue Badger. And I'm creating memories and dreams for the kids. There's never a waste of time, sir. Or that's never a waste of time, sir. I have a dream to become as big as Detective Gumshoe, sir. I was patrolling the scorchingly boring beat until a while ago. With a dispatch radio on my shoulder, crackled that the kidnappers had escaped, sir. I thought maybe this was my shot at making detective, sir. I rushed on over to join in, but when I got here, there was a sea of people around. And I couldn't spread my trademark friendliness and joy onto anyone. It would seem that some people never change. So why exactly are you in that ridiculous outfit? Sir! Sir, that's because, sir. I'm here to keep the visitors in good spirits, sir. But it's also to hide the fact that I'm an officer on the trail of a kidnapper, sir. I see. Agent Lang. Agent Lang is very wise to employ this sort of diversionary tactics. To be handed the role of the Blue Badger out of all the different disguises, sir. It's such an honor. Any clues? How long have you been standing here, officer? Sir, for about 1 little hour, sir. That's around the time I woke up from being knocked unconscious. I've been here ever since, sir. If that's true, then it's possible Officer Meekins saw the kidnapper escaping. But however, sir... I must tell you I didn't see a thing, sir. I haven't asked anything yet, officer. No. But I know you will, sir. He's hiding something from me. Officer Meekins, I insist that you tell me more about your recent movements. Sir, I've been playing the Blue Badger this whole time, sir. And getting into it, sir. I patrolled the park, all while wearing this costume. And about 1 hour ago, I came over here, sir. I haven't seen any suspicious-looking people this whole time, sir. But I did see a badger, sir. A lone Blue Badger. What you said just now is contradictory to the facts. How so, Mr. Edgeworth? This is what Officer Meekins' testimony contradicts. This rally. There's only supposed to be one.
Take that!
One of each. Officer Meekins, let's back things up. I'd like to ask you about your last statement. Sir, of course, sir. If that's your wish, Mr. Prosecutor. This little patrolman will wait as long as I am commanded to wait. You said that you saw a Blue Badger, correct? And yet, if you take a look at this, what you saw was not supposed to happen. This park is supposed to have only one of each badger in at any given time. Which means as long as you are the blue badger, Officer Meekins, you should not have seen another blue badger wandering the premises. What? Sir? Then that would mean that there are two blue badgers walking around. But why? I can't imagine he has anything useful to say. Excuse me, but if you could just lend me, you can just let me through here. Sorry, I can't let anyone through. Officer Lang's orders. I suppose I'll have to deal with this impasse for now. I doubt we can leave. We already talked to him. The horses are painted on this garage door to complete the Wild West theme. They look so lifelike, don't you think? Are you thinking of wrangling, or rather stealing them? If you can coax them out of there, sir. If you can coax them out of there, sure. Come on, I know you can sweet talk them out. I could be holding a cube of sugar in my hand and they wouldn't budge, Kay. It seems the costumes of the Blue Badger family are kept in the isolation room. There's only supposed to be one Blue Badger in the park, but a second one was spotted. How did these connect? I guess the logic could be that the second Blue Badger is the kidnapper, maybe? We'll just take some damage. Or not. The second Blue Badger, that shouldn't exist. Clearly the true identity of the person underneath is... Oh, I know. It's one of the kidnappers, right? The person who wore a costume to get away. Costume escape. The identity of the second Blue Badger was probably the kidnapper in disguise. Precisely. After all, the costumes that went missing from the storage area are a Blue Badger, a Proto Badger, and a Bad Badger. Yes, those three. So there are two phony badgers running around in the park somewhere, huh? Stolen costumes. 3 stolen costumes. Ha, I've got you now, you vile criminals. I think the kidnappers would have better taste than to try to hide in these. Oh, come on, lighten up, will ya? I was only joking. I don't really think that the criminals will be hiding there, right in front of 2 officers. I certainly hope not. I thought I saw it. Oh. Kay herself. Nope. Never mind. Footprints. Hey, there's a bunch of footprints in the mud over there. I remember hearing rain fall out there while I was being held in there. Yep, it was just a passing rain. That's why the ground was already pretty much dried up. I should be thankful. It left us with some nice footprint samples. You know what? I bet if we followed them... Oh, you're already on the second case. This is the third case. We can find out where the kidnappers went. But yeah, we're past the first episode, the prologue, tutorial-ish. I guess it's more tutorial episode. Plus, we'll be able to spot them because of their muddy shoes. I don't think it'll be that easy. Why not? Look carefully. There are quite a few different sets here. We don't know which ones belong to the kidnappers. Well, that's true. But we don't know what kind of shoes. We don't know what kind of shoes they were wearing. What kind of shoes? If only we knew, we'd be able to track the kidnappers from the footprints. Is it possible it's the costume feet? There's no one else to talk to, so... right? The kidnapping. Okay, what do you think about the kidnapping? Well, I don't know anything about the victim. So actually, I was hoping you could tell me. Ah, that's right. I never did explain the situation to you. I got involved because of a call I received. It was from none other than the director of the Amano Group, Mr. Ernest Amano. His only son Lance had been kidnapped, and he wanted me to be the drop-off man. Little did I suspect that I would be abducted myself. And that's when I found you tied up to a pole screaming, "Nah!" Can you please drop that already? I think that's all we can do, really. Lance and Oliver. Yeah. Welcome, Jay. Your favorite character is on the scene. Let's attempt to connect these. It's really all we have. Okay, I can see the logic here. Now that we know the kidnappers were wearing badger costumes, those footprints from earlier take on a new and very distinct meaning. So you mean now we know which tracks belong to the kidnappers, right? Yeah, more than shoe prints, we need to follow the paw prints of badgers. Okay, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time to use those footprints and go badger hunting. So we're looking for footprints made by a badger. Or made by a costume. Yeah, I think I found them. There are two sets here. They both do look like possible candidates. This set is walking off to the west. It just stops. I can't make heads or tails of where it's headed from here. I think we can assume it's headed towards the stadium. I wonder where the other set leads. This one seems to be headed east. Huh? Quick, Mr. Edgeworth. I've got him. I got one of the culprits. Ah, no, I'm not the kidnapper, sir. Down, Kay. Clearly these footprints belong to Officer Meekins. But our criminals were each wearing a costume. Aha! Maybe they came over this garage for something. That's what I would suppose. Officer Meekins, if you could step aside for a moment. We need you to examine the garage. Sir. Roger Wilco, sir. Roger Wilco? What does that mean? Let's open the shutter and see what we find. Maybe we'll find the kidnappers hiding inside. Ah! It's a corpse. Oh, okay, it actually is. What in the... We seem to have stumbled across a dead body. She must be in severe shock to have been the first to find it. Now then, who is this man? It's Oliver! Mr. Armando, are you saying that this man... Yes, he's my butler. How could something like this have happened? Looks like he got stabbed. Indeed. Why was Mr. Deacon here to begin with? I better investigate this crime scene quickly, before Agent Lang or his men return. The kidnapper's footprints lead right to this garage, and right to a dead body. Is it possible one of the kidnappers is now a murder victim? One of the kidnappers is now a murder victim. Victim was kidnapper? Following a kidnapper's prints leads us to a body. Was the victim in a costume? From my cursory examination, I believe this man died of a fatal bullet wound. Preliminary findings. You sure are calm for someone who just found a body. It's surprising what one can become accustomed to in the span of 2 days. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Of course. All the nooks, all the crannies. As long as the Interpol agent has control of this case, I'm not going to be able to have a real autopsy done on the victim. I'm no doctor, but let's see what I can piece together myself. There are 2 gunshot wounds. One is in his abdomen and one in his shoulder. So that means he was shot twice. No, I don't think so. I think the abdominal one is an entry point, and the one near his shoulder is the exit wound. Wait, so he got shot from below? Nice, I knew you could figure it out. It comes with experience, and I've seen my share of crime scenes. Speaking of experience, this crime scene seems a bit too clean for a murder where the bullet went clean through. I should make a note of this oddity. Yeah, where's the blood? I think we've seen this horse before, although I may be wrong. This unusually shaped pendant. What is it? Is it something valuable? She seems to have regained some of her composure. It looks like a horse pendant. It's got an antique feel about it, and it's really pretty. Hold on. This is made of platinum silver. Nice. It is worth something after all. Oh, and look. There's something written on the back. Colin Devoret? It's a name. Colin Devoret. I don't even know if I'm saying that right. Where's the blood? Simple, the murderer licked it off the floor clean. Oh boy. I'm sure that's it. The criminal just has a real interest in blood. Yummy blood. But this man's name is... Yeah, vampire killer. Well, I guess we just deduce. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? The victim is Oliver Deacon. Bullet entered through his abdomen and exit through his shoulder. What do we have? We can make a deduction here. There's a name of Colin on the pendant. But that's not his name. So we can deduce what exactly? The victim is Oliver Deacon. I feel like there's really nothing to say here. It's a set of tire tracks originating from the garage. Aha, so that means a car left the garage at some time. Right? Correct, but for the car to leave these tracks, it would mean that it left during the passing rain. That's the only explanation as to why these tracks are made of mud. The three treads. I think we can also safely assume it's a special type of car. What a peculiar car. Yes, from the look of it, it must be the blue Badger Mobile. And it has 3 tires. So maybe it left those tire tracks behind. That's simply not possible. Huh? Why? Take a look at the tires. There's no mud stuck to them. Therefore, it must have been here since before it started to rain. Oh, gotcha. Good eye. It's a shame I don't see any other clues around. Mr. Amato, this body. Yes, that's my butler, Oliver. How could something like this have happened? Indeed. And why was Mr. Deacon here to begin with? That's it. Come on, game. Give me something. Oh, did you know I really love this kind of chair? The way it rocks back and forth. When I grow old, I plan to sit on one of these and rock the day away every day. Old people must have a lot of fun on rocking chairs. But you don't have to wait, Mr. Edgeworth. You're at just the right age for one. Do I really project myself as someone of that age? Everyone thinks Edgeworth is the old man. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, isn't this one of those things you tie horses to? Okay, this is not relevant. Yes, although the horses are in another location at the moment. And here I was hoping I would get to ride one. You know how to ride a horse? Nope, never rode one in my life. But I have an Asian friend who was born in the year of the horse. Non-esquire is the only way to describe your logic. Okay. Gun wounds. Bad Badger is the one who has a gun. Him specifically. A vile criminal with a gun. So Bad Badger must be the one who shot him.
Eureka!
There we go. This piece of evidence alone solves this whole case. Really? You think so? Never mind. Because to be honest, I don't really see how it solves anything. Must be confused jumping from a kidnapping to a murder. Yeah, that's it. Ugh. I can't believe I made such a large blunder. That even this little girl can point it out. What do you mean? Maybe what I'm thinking is valid, but it's not what they want right now. I don't know what... Maybe that's what they're leading to.
Eureka!
There's something not right about the name on the pendant. Yeah, that's what they're leading to. Okay. The victim is the Amano family butler. His name is Oliver Deacon. The name of the pendant is Colin Deveray. I wonder what's up with that. I don't know, but I think we've hit up an important piece of information. Mr. Deacon's pendant. It's shaped like a horse. Colin Deveray is engraved on the back. Lance! Lance! Where are you, sweetie? Who are you, lady? Who did you kill? Excuse me, but you are? Why do you have a ring pop? Badum. Oh, this is bad. He's really good looking. Oh no, he's hot. Ah, stop it, Lauren. You can't let yourself fall for a playboy like him you're in love with. Sounds like someone doesn't know the meaning of the phrase inner monologue, huh? Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but might you be a friend of Lance? Yes, I'm Lance's girlfriend. Girlfriend? You look like his maid. My name is Lauren Palp? Palps? It is a ring pop. Okay. Alright. Either that or she's just licking minerals. I don't know. His girlfriend? Oh, it's not like that. We're more like friends, and we're not lovers or anything. Ow. Well, we haven't gone that far yet. Mineral pop. Yum. Really taste the dirt. But I guess that's how people are going to see it, so I should just accept it. I even got this ring as a present from Lance. Swoon. Haha, you know what she reminds me of? A cartoon character. May I inquire as to why you're here? I haven't been able to get in contact with Lance lately, and I began to get so worried. Sob. I looked everywhere for him, and then I heard about the kidnapping, so I came here. Wow, you're really strong for having made it through all this by yourself. Is that true? Has Lance really been kidnapped? Or is it true? Has Lance really been kidnapped? No one is supposed to know, but yes, it's true. Oh, Lance. I can't believe you've been spirited away. I wonder how you're doing right now. Looks like she's gone back to her fair maiden in love routine. So, Mr. Edgeworth, where do we go from here? Well, we found a body, so we should look into the murder. Hold it. Such weird glasses. Such dumb-looking glasses. Anyways. My man brought me up to speed over the radio. And I have to say, you really should have called. I heard you found something very intriguing. I have nothing to hide, Ancient Lane. It's exactly what you see before you. I'll take it from here. Yeah, that guy's really dead. Hey, you waiting for an invitation? Hurry up and detain the suspect, now. Suspect? Ooh. Officer Meekins, is it? You're coming with us. What? Sir! I had nothing to do with it, sir. Man, this character looks like he's supposed to be in a fighting game. He does. And his theme kind of reminds me of like a Fatal Fury or King of Fighters kind of character. Like, I can definitely see this guy fighting Terry. Don't you think you're being a bit rash? Don't you even have a good reason? Do you even have a good reason to suspect Officer Meekins? Ha. I leave that kind of stuff to you prosecutors. It's your job, after all. Like I said earlier, the crime scene isn't as forgiving as your precious courtroom. That's your answer? I know you like your logic and reasoning, but that sort of impractical fluff is not needed out here in the field. Who needs logic and reasoning on the job? Just arrest people. All you have to do is arrest suspicious people after suspicious people. That's how you eliminate crime from the streets. But that's also precisely how you would necessarily arrest innocent people on mistake. Innocent people? Nonsense. There's no such thing as an innocent person. We've all got a blemish or two in our hearts. That's tyranny. I wouldn't allow such a thing to go on unchecked before my eyes. Heh. Too bad you don't call the shots around here. As I have sworn to uphold the laws of the land, I cannot allow you to take this man in. That you would arrest a man on false charges without even conducting an investigation. Have you no honor as a member of the law enforcement? You, how dare you speak so disrespectfully to our Shifu? Hold it. Ha 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 ha. You amuse me, Mr. Prosecutor. Lang Shi says, every pack has its own rules. Yeah, I don't even know if it's she, or how you pronounce that. But anyways. If you can play their rules, if you can play by the rules and come out on top, that is a true victory. Alright, I'll give your beloved laws a fair shake. I'll show you just how much investigating I've done. My god, he has a point. Through my lens of logic. Shi Long Lang's logic. I've seen a lot of bodies like the one being carted off in my time. I can say he was shot in a single glance, but even you figured that much out, right? With your current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hand on a gun. Not unless you're a member of a law enforcement, like Officer Meekins, is that right? That is your reasoning? Solid as a rock. It's based on the philosophy of detainment. What's this philosophy of detainment? Huh, you don't know? In that case, pay attention, girly. In my country, the criminals have a saying, beware of the wolf. Why the wolf? Because in my language, Lang means wolf. You don't mess with me or my pack. Alright, buddy. And as for the detaining philosophy, its father is my honorable ancestor, Lang Shi. You'd think I'd have heard of him or his teachings if he was that famous. Got a scroll? One second. Okay. Apparently it's Z. But I don't know. I just looked at a video and the comments are saying, no, that's not how you pronounce it. I'm just gonna say Z. Lang Z developed it as he worked to lock criminals away thousands of years ago. To this day, the Zangfa police still trains its recruits using his philosophies. But 1,000 years ago? That makes your story about as believable as a fairy tale. Anything wears down and breaks over time. Do you really believe something as ancient as that can be applied to today's world? You want to put it to a test? Alright, I've seen a lot of bodies like the one being carted off in my time.
Hold it!
So what can you tell me about the body? A lot. Even without an autopsy, I have my ways. They teach you the basics of forensics along with the tension philosophy. Oh, then you wouldn't mind telling me a little of what you figured out, correct? I can say it was shot in a single glance, but even you figured that much out, right?
Hold it!
Yes, I think anyone who saw the bullet wounds would come to the same conclusion.
Not so fast!
Heh, don't pat yourself on the back yet. What's that supposed to mean? Not so fast. Lang Zi says, search where the water is deepest. You have to keep your eyes on the big fish that lurks in the depths, which is the killer. Is that right? And what would you know about the killer? In your current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun.
Hold it!
It would appear you've studied a little of our laws. Studied? We used to study what every child on every corner already knows. It's that Sheena. The Federal Firearms Restriction Act. That's it. The Federal Firearms Restriction Act. I hear it's not easy to get a gun these days. Interesting. That woman is the one in charge of keeping track of the information. Not unless you're a member of the law enforcement, like Officer Meekins, isn't that right?
Hold it!
If that's the case, there are plenty of other officers who might be potential suspects. You're not seriously going to arrest each and every one of them, are you? As if I would need to. I've already looked into everyone else here. Oh? Other than Officer Meekins, I know no one else's weapons has been fired. How did you check every single person's weapon in such a short span of time? That's because each and every one of my subordinates is extremely capable. It didn't take more than a few minutes to conduct the entire investigation. Power of sheer numbers. But you have yet to check Officer Meekins' weapon, correct? Thanks for reminding me. Hey you, show me your gun. Oh! What's wrong? Why does it look so sickly pale all of a sudden? I lost it. Gun. What did you say? I can't hear you. Stop mumbling and spit it out already. Sir. I lost my gun, sir. God damn it. Meekins. How could you be so irresponsible? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. In the end, it looks like you're still the only suspect we've got. You're the one who waited here outside this garage to ambush and kill the victim. So you think that Officer Meekins waited here to kill the victim, do you, Lang? I think this little accusation deserves a lot more scrutiny. Officer Meekins ambushed the victim in this garage and killed him here with his gun. Okay, so we already know what to present here. He wasn't killed in the garage. We can tell because there's no pools of blood or anything. It's pretty... The garage is pretty clean aside from the corpse. But let's press him again. Why not? Ms. telling me that the murder occurred here in this garage. From the fact that the suspect was found almost next to where the body was found, I'd say it's pretty obvious that this is a crime scene. Lang Zi says, a criminal always returns to the scene of the crime. Hey, finally a quote even I heard up before. Furthermore, Lang Zi says, seems like he doesn't really remember stuff that well. Successful investigations are the result of multiple returns to a crime scene. Looks like neither detective nor criminals have changed their ways over the millenniums. So is this kind of conclusion the philosophy of detainment So is this the kind of conclusion the philosophy of entertainment can lead you to? I don't get it, Mr. Edgeworth. Why are you putting yourself on the line for Mr. Meekins? It's not that I particularly care about what happens to Officer Meekins. What? However, I can't simply stand by while Agent Lang ignores our country's laws. Shi Long Lang. Just what sort of investigator are you? A bad one?
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Agent Lang, that is simply not possible. What do you mean? You've seen the crime scene for yourself, and while you were looking, did you not think to yourself that it was a little too clean? Ayah! Why is he about to fight me? So you did notice that there was too little blood. Do you still wish to claim that Officer Meekins committed the murder here? Because he's from KOF. True. He's about to hit me with a super. Because this isn't the crime scene. And if it was, your men who led you to think it was. I suggest you leave this case to the local police to set the record straight. Grr. Ha 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 ha. Not bad. I see your logic can be just as sound as mine. In that case, let me ask you this. Don't you think it's weird that the officer was hanging out around here in the first place? Weird? How so? Hey you. Your squad's not even supposed to be in here, in this area, right? What were you doing neglecting your duties and loafing around here? Don't you dare give me some lame excuse like, I found myself taking a walk. But sir, I really did take a walk, sir. You're a disgrace. How dare you take your pack obligation so lightly? You know, I'm just noticing now, right here in the background, this picture is so dumb looking. Anyways, Officer Meekins is looking extra meek. Is he hiding something? Mr. Edgeworth, please, sir. Save me the way you did earlier, please, sir. Officer Meekins, please give us a detailed account of what happened. Sir, not you too. Meekins' testimony. It's true, sir. I wasn't assigned to this area, sir. I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, sir. I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badger mobile, sir. But I got completely caught up in my role selling dreams to the children, sir. Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir. What is this Blue Badger mobile? It's a moving store on wheels that sells sweet dreams and merchandise, sir. So it's like an ice cream truck on wheels, kinda, that they have in some cities. Or, I guess, amusement parks? I'm not really sure. It's more like an ice cream cart. But anyways, the Blue Badger Mobile is just a roaming souvenir shop? Okay. Sir, I swear I was chasing the kidnappers down while I was being a good dream merchant. He seemed rather worked up, even more than his usual hyperactive self. He sure seems sure of what he's saying. Can you try to calm down and lower your voice to a more reasonable level, officer? Sir! Roger, sir! It's true, sir. I wasn't assigned to this area, sir.
Hold it!
Alright then, where were you assigned to? I was assigned to the main gate, sir. He must mean the area with the bridge and the outrageous fountain. Okay, then why are you here in the Wild Wild West area? It's because of a very deep reason, ma'am. I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, sir.
Hold it!
Describe for me how you conducted your investigation. Yes, sir. Well, first, I made sure there was no suspicious-looking people in the area, sir. But the only person that seemed to gather around me were little girls, sir. Well, what did you expect when you're dressed like the Blue Badger? I thought I had no choice at that point, sir, so... I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badger mobile, sir.
Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by selling dreams? Sir, the Blue Badger mobile is where dreams are collected. What? Sweetness? Like you've never known except in dreams, ma'am. Like innocent drops. What? And bitterness found only in nightmares, ma'am. Like guilty jawbreakers. Selling those as I pushed the Blue Badger mobile along is my sworn duty, ma'am. But I got completely caught up in my role of selling dreams to the children, sir.
Hold it!
You completely forgot to look for the kidnappers. No, sir, of course not, sir. I would never do something like that, sir. You're absolutely right. Wow, you're good at this forcing people to confess thing, Mr. Edgeworth. To be frank, I'm just a little man, sir. I'm better at selling kids a few small dreams than looking for a big crook, sir.
Hold it!
Enough. Wallowing in your own self-pity. Let's return to your testimony. Yes, sir. Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir.
Hold it!
How'd you wind up all the way over here? I was in the middle of a sea of kids, sir. But one of the kids decided to challenge me to a fight, sir. What? I had to run away from the kids' painful drop kicks. And before I knew it, haha, the good old drop kick. I dished out my fair share of those when I was a kid. It was always the best when you felt one really connect with your opponent. In any case, you wound up here for a reason completely unrelated to the investigation. Sir. That's right, sir. That's not something you should be admitting to, with your head held high, officer. It sounds like he simply forgot about his real job and became the Blue Badger. However, there's one flaw in Officer Meekin's story. I have a feeling that he'll need some prodding before he'll spill the beans. Okay, what's the actual flaw here? He was investigating the main gate. He was selling sweets to children. He got caught up in his role and found himself in this area. The mobile shop on 3 wheels was parked inside the Wild Wild West area garage. Let's see. I'm sure the cart is the main thing here. I also went looking for kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badgermobile, sir. But he couldn't have been using the Blue Badgermobile, I guess. Because it was parked.
Objection!
That's not necessarily true, but we'll go with that. Officer Meekins, I would appreciate it if you didn't tell such transparent lies. Sir, I'm lying, sir? Yes, you are. If you were really out here there selling dreams with the Blue Badgermobile until recently, then what is it doing here inside the garage? Ah! Actually, I had just lost track, sir. Lost track of what? By the time I realized that the Blue Badgermobile was nowhere to be found, sir. Which would mean it was perhaps stolen? And that's when I came back to this area, thinking maybe it was in the garage, sir. But then, when you found me, Mr. Edgeworth, sir... A likely story. Who do you think is going to buy such a convenient tale as that? What exactly is so convenient about his story? The car being stolen is completely unbelievable, even for a cover story. But I think we can assume the car was used right. To move the dead body. What? You killed the victim at some distant location, Officer Meekins. And then you used the Blue Badgermobile to transport it all the way here. Now then, you're coming with me. But it wasn't me, sir, the killer, sir. It wasn't me, sir. Agent Lang, wait. What do you want now? You still don't know where the real scene of the crime is. You can't just know all the facts. You can't say we know all the facts of this case, let alone the truth. I told you. Truth's smooth. I could care less. Our job is to catch the crook. You'll find out your precious truth. You'll find your precious truth after we arrest this guy and take him in. That's the job of you prosecutors in your fancy course with your logic. As for us, we don't have that kind of time to waste. You boorish buffoon. I think you need to leave. What? We need to get the body to the autopsy. You guys are getting in the way. You would interfere with another one of my investigations? Hey now, let's not forget who holds the actual authority to conduct investigations here. I'm afraid the one doing the interrupting is you, my arrogant little pretty boy. No! Now be a good fancy boy and get out of my sight. If you don't, I'll arrest you for obstruction of justice. Obstruction of justice. You make some sound logical points. My response? Get out. Back at the main gate. Angry noises. Chased out like a pair of peasants. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Kay? There's something even thieves would never steal. Do you know what that is? You really shouldn't steal anything. However, I'll bite. What shouldn't a thief steal? A life. It's too heavy of a burden for you to on your soul to get away with, ever. That's something we can agree on. Well said, Kay. No matter what we may try, murder is the one crime that can never truly be hidden. And I intend to prove that by my own hands. When I apprehend the murderer myself. Alright. And I'm going to work extra hard to get a good assistant. To be a good assistant. Let's go. I still never said she could be my assistant. I'm just going to drop the issue. The first thing we should do is locate the real crime scene. Or real scene of the murder. Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe. Mr. Edgeworth, the stadium. Hurry, sir. This is supposed to be a hush-hush, but they found a witness at the stadium. A witness? You! What did we tell you about leaving your assigned post? Ah, the jig is up. Mr. Edgeworth, remember that I'm always rooting for you, so go get him, sir. Poor Gumshoe. Actually has to do his job. What a tragedy. Those detectives should look like they're enjoying themselves. It's not all fun and games, Kay. Now then, let's head to the stadium and meet this witness. We got a pink mobile. I thought there was a witness here. Who's about to show up? Yeah, I don't see anyone. Mr. Edgeworth? No way. No way. Long time no see. You are Miss Emma Skye, correct? This girl's the younger sister of my former superior, Alana Skye. 2 years ago we stood in the same courtroom together, as witness and prosecutor. But I thought she had gone to Europe to study forensics. I can't believe you're remembering me, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course I do. How have you been? You look to be in good spirits. Let's go! Are you still studying abroad? You bet. More than anything, I want to investigate crime scenes, scientifically. I've been studying non-stop every day to become a top-notch forensic scientist. But it's spring break now, so I thought I'd come back for a bit. I see. I almost didn't recognize you. You've really grown in these past few years. Please don't tease me, Mr. Edgeworth. I know I still have a long way to go. But I'm going to be a super forensic scientist. Someday, you'll see. Let me drink some water real quick. She looks more like her Apollo Justice avatar. Oh, really? I'm always dying. Reading is killing me. I'm dying. Heal me. Heal me, I'm dying. This game's easy, I'm dying. You seem to know Mr. Edgeworth really well. Are you two acquaintances? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Emma Skye. Nice to meet you. I'm studying abroad now to be a forensic scientist. How about you? Well, that's a great dream. My name's Kay Faraday. I'm training to become an unstoppable great thief. Great thief. Don't think too hard on it, Emma. It's not worth the trouble. In any case, we have much to catch up on. You bet we do. So, why are you here, Emma? Well, I just happened to decide to come back home for spring break. And then I heard that you'd come back too, so I raced on over here. I'd really wanted to welcome you back at the airport, but I just missed you. Is it Faraday or Faraday? Maybe it's Faraday? Faraday? I don't... Hold on. Michael Faraday. So, hold on. Where is it? So, apparently, according to this fandub thing, Faraday may come from Michael Faraday, and Michael Faraday's name is pronounced like this.
Michael Faraday.
So, maybe it's Faraday?
Michael Faraday. Michael Faraday.
Perhaps? But anyways... and how exactly did you know I was here? I was pronouncing it Faraday this whole time. It doesn't really matter. It's no big deal. I've mispronounced almost all of the names at some point. Through the power of science, naturally. Never underestimate what science can do for you. I use these to track your footprints, and I followed them straight to you. This set is the greatest. It's so wonderfully scientific. So you stalked me? You spray this I guess I was kidnapped. Temporarily, so I guess that's fair. You spray this chemical on the ground, and when you shine the special light on it, zing, the footprints light up like an electric noble gas in a glass tube. I'll be right back. Okay. It's almost like magic, scientifically speaking. Forensic science has never seemed more ominous to me than at this very moment. Emma, I'd like to ask you about what you witnessed. Huh? What are you talking about? Are you not the witness Detective Gumshoe told us about? Well, I did get a call from Detective Gumshoe earlier. He was practically yelling at me. Mr. Edgeworth needs your scientific doohickeys right now, pal, he said. What was that man thinking? Or rather, not thinking. So let me guess. There's been a murder, right? Yes, unfortunately. There's a sudden glint in her eyes. But I need to keep my mind focused on the witness. Now, where did that person go? I assume this is another Badger-mobile. Yes, but it's a different color than the Blue Badger's car. Yes, this is the retina searing pink model. What's that off in the distance? Oh hey, it's the Pink Badger. Badger get. Badger, 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 badger. Just what is she seeing these silly things? Tough love. I think this badger has something to say to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Who could be under this? Wait. It's gotta be someone he knows. It's always a previous character. Considering this is Gatewater... Please don't be Wendy. Are you by chance the witness I've been searching for? Sorry, but I don't speak Badger dance. Oh my god, it's her. Of course it is. I was thinking, what female character would care about Miles Edgeworth personally? Of course, the obsessed granny. Arg. I can't take being inside that stuffy head anymore. You're... No. Why her? Why here? Why now? I first met this woman 3 years ago. She was a witness in one of my cases. She has since gone out of her way to pop up unexpectedly. Edgy poo. My god. I would wait for Jay to come back, but I don't know how long she'll be. Why couldn't you understand what I was trying to tell you? I mean, really. I was trying so hard to keep the kids' dreams alive by staying in character. But you couldn't pick up on what I was trying to convey to you. I'm sick and tired of that roundabout way of talking. So I'm going to just be direct. I had a bad feeling before, but this just made it official. Today has gone beyond the typical not my day into the realm of waking nightmare. So you're a friend of Mr. Edgeworth too? Miss Pink Badger? You could say that, but right now, I'm just the Pink Badger, dearie. She may look the part, but I know better than to trust my eyes around this woman. My name is Wendy Oldbag. But you can call me Wendy, or Granny, or whatever suits your fancy. Nice to meet you, Miss Oldbag. I'm Kay Faraday. What do I care about a young whippersnapper like you? Yeesh, just trying to be polite. Weren't you a security guard at one of the Gatewater hotels? The last time we met? Yeah, I knew she was delayed to Gatewater. I go where I'm needed. I think that was the end of... I think Gatewater Hotel was the end of the second Ace Attorney game. with another kidnapping. I'm pretty sure. I'm very good at what I do, unlike the youth of today. Pretty sure this character has been around since the very first Ace Attorney game. Yeah, she was in episode 3. Ironically, episode 3 right now. Which involved a movie set with actors. Steel Samurai. Yeah, she was a security guard there. I'm very good at what I do, unlike the youth of today. I get called in all the time to fill in where there aren't enough hands. But enough about me, Edgy Poo. I'm thoroughly dejected right now. I finally get the chance to see you again, and here you are talking with 2 young girls. Men are all the same. Blah 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 blah. Nag 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 nag. Back in my day, you seem to attract all sorts of interesting people, Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, please, I'm begging you. By all means, do not provoke her any further. Good grief. Aren't you forgetting about something, Mr. Edgeworth? This person could be the witness. Honestly, I hope she isn't. But I don't think Fate is going to be so kind today. I saw what happened. She is the biggest unreliable narrator. I even saw the exact moment it happened. How's that? So it's true. She is the witness. I don't suppose I can afford to ignore the old bag. Yes, it was just a little while ago. I saw it happen right in front of me. The moment of the murder. You mean to say you witnessed someone being murdered right before your eyes? It sounds like a pretty important piece of testimony to me. Alright. I came to the stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and saw 2 men facing each other in that area. Suddenly there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell on the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. Looks like we hit the jackpot, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? I see you have met this character. Yep, I sure have. Good old Wendy. Yes, I can't afford to ignore what she has to say. Unfortunately. Edgy Poo. What's that, unfortunately? You tacked on the end. It's supposed to mean Edgy Poo. Oh boy. Well, anyway, let's see what we can find out from this little old lady. Came to the stadium to take a short break.
Hold it!
You mean to take a break? You mean you took a break from being the Pink Badger? You may not think it, but it's hard work keeping kids' dreams alive. You smell of sweat, your hip creaks with pain, you even begin to dream about work. That's the kind of story that would scar a child for life, you know? Well, that's why I chose to come take my break here, whippersnapper. I don't plan on playing the part of the dead badger in front of a bunch of kids. So what did you see while you, the Pink Badger, were resting? Oh yes, well... As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw 2 men facing each other in that area.
Hold it!
You saw 2 men? Can you describe them for me? They look like your average Joes, completely uninteresting and not worth fawning over. I'm telling you, they were so boring I didn't even remember much beyond that. But did they have any special features? Anything you can recall would be very helpful. Oh my, don't tell me you're jealous of those 2 men. Hey, she's right. You do seem pretty worked up over them, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not worked up over anyone. I'm not jealous. It's alright, Edgy Poo. Those two were just, foals? Fowls? I'm gonna say foals. Compared to a stallion like you. Actually, how do you pronounce that? This is just the pronunciation stream.
Foals.
Okay, false. I thought so little of them that I lost interest the instant I laid eyes on them. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot and the person who was shot fell to the ground.
Hold it!
You're claiming to have seen the exact moment in which the murder took place? Just discovered your channel? Oh no, not her. Yes, her, DigiVixen. But also welcome. Welcome to the Wendy Oldbag show. Absolutely, that gun made a terrible racket when it was fired. You didn't try to go help the person that got shot? I'm only one person. You smart alecky brat. What could I have done? But I took off as soon as I could to find someone who could help. 2 men, 1 bullet. It's all consistent with what we found out from the body. Sadly, there wasn't exactly a lot of new information to go on in your testimony. Well, if I saw the guy again, I'm sure I could identify him for sure. Or for you. I mean, how do you expect me to remember anything without something to jog my memory? Self-centered, aren't we? While it was somewhat useful, our testimony also presents us with a new problem. Mr. Edgeworth, yes? So about this new problem. Did you have a chance to investigate the entrance yet? Nope. Not yet. So about this new place. About this new problem. What is that giant grin on your face for? Do you want me to show you something really nice? No, thank you. Don't be so mean. I swear it's something you're going to like. What is that gadget you're holding? What do you see before I use the secret weapon of a great thief? I should have known it would be worthless. Don't be like that. Teehee. What the hologram? What do you think now? What is it doing? It's projecting something into the air. I'm going to input the necessary information to run the simulation now. Once I'm done, I'll increase the size of the projection to its maximum size. Dark skies of evening. When no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real, modern-day Robin Hood. What the hologram? What is this? This is a recreation of the murder based on the information inputted into Little Thief. Little Thief? I dare say I think you're taking the Robin Hood thing a bit too far. Little Thief is actually meant to be a simulator for me to plan my thefts. But I suppose if I used it like this... Let's see. Miss Oldbag said that the 2 men were facing each other. And then a gunshot rang out and the victim fell to the ground. Ah, so with this, we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past. That's an interesting mechanic. See, what do you think? I'd say I'm impressed by the technology thieves can have access to these days. Well, it is the super secret weapon of the mighty Yatagrasu. Indeed. Oh, but if there isn't enough information, or if something is out of place, the recreation could come out a little strange. In other words, I could use this to authenticate the validity of a witness's testimony. You got it. You really catch on quick, Mr. Edgeworth. Right now, the simulation is a recreation of that witness's testimony. So for now, I should re-examine everything. And if I find anything illogical or strange, I can then ask for clarification. Feel free to examine anything in the simulation in the way you always do. You can even present evidence when you find a contradiction. And if you find something, I've got the little thief with me, so you just let me know, okay? Alright. According to the testimony, the victim fell to the ground here. That's right, but if that's the case, then we've already found our first contradiction. Huh? That where? If this is the real scene of the crime, there's something missing that should be here. Blood. Which piece of evidence shows the missing item? Bullet entered the abdomen, exit the shoulder, body was moved somewhere. I guess we just present the body, right?
Take that!
This is the contradiction. Eh? Something wrong with my recreation? If this is the real scene of the crime, something specific should be here. If you think back, how did we deduce that the other crime scene was not the real one? Oh, I get what's missing now. There's no blood on the ground here either, right? Right. The fact that there's no blood here casts down the witness's testimony. Edgy poo! How can you doubt me like that? Are you calling me a liar? I know what I saw, and I saw the victim get shot down. You know, I don't think she's lying, Mr. Edgeworth. To be honest, I can't think of a reason why she would lie to me. In that case, maybe there's another explanation for the distinct lack of blood. Why is there no blood around the victim's prone body? It's a silhouette of the killer with his gun at the ready. Okay, is it not possible to recreate the face of the killer? Well, I can't exactly input what we don't know into the little thief. She has a point. What do I have? The victim was kidnapper? Was the victim in a costume? Why is there no blood? I guess the costume maybe held the blood inside of it? Maybe that explains why the Bad Badger body is missing? Oh, you're not playing the Steam version. You might not be able to do something then. I am playing the Steam version. I'm just using a controller. Is it not possible that the victim was wearing a costume? So you really think that Mr. Deacon was one of the kidnappers? I think we can reasonably assume there's a very good chance that he was. I just play with the keyboard. I see. Well, I feel like I use my controller for almost every game I play, so yeah, I'm just more used to it, is all. I think we can reasonably assume that it's a very good chance that he was. That if he was shot while he was inside one of those stolen costumes. So what is the thing I might not be able to do? I wonder. As long as it's not a spoiler thing. I'm curious. But if it's a spoiler thing, then never mind. Then Mr. Deacon's blood would be inside the costume, instead of on the ground. Precisely. Now, if only we could prove that the victim was wearing a costume. You'd think it'd be pretty easy if we could find some footprints. But the problem is finding them, since there doesn't seem to be any around. Footprints, huh? I wonder... wonder how we can go about finding some of them. Finding some of those. Instead of playing with a controller in this case, it's better because you can be more laid back as opposed to on a keyboard with lean forward to use it. Well, yeah, there's definitely that. I don't have to have my arms propped up. And remember the inputs for the keyboard as much as the controller. But yeah, I just find it more comfortable in general. I don't gotta swap my hands from the keyboard, sometimes use the mouse, etc. Anyways, this is amazing. Just feel the power of science. Emma, about that method you were talking about for finding footprints. Finally, my expert knowledge in forensics is needed. Yes, well, can you detect and trace even partial footprints? Leave it to me. My cutting-edge detection kit can find anything. Very well. You can please analyze the footprints in this area. Okay, stand back now. Witness the power of science at work. Hey, I found something. Look right there. I don't see anything. Oh, that's right. Here, put these special glasses on, Mr. Edgeworth. These footprints here were definitely left by a badger costume. Judging by the way the prints are layered, those seem to be the newest. And we can conclude that the victim was definitely wearing a costume at the time. He was likely wearing one due to the footprints shaped and the lack of blood. Hi, Red. Okay, in that case, I'll update Lothi's simulation parameters. I can't wait to see what we find out from this new info. Investigation complete. But how did he get the angle of abdomen to shoulder if he was standing up straight? Well, the victim was wearing a costume when he died. Or so the victim. And with that, we should be one step closer to the truth, right? I see the recreation has changed in accordance with the new information. We may be closer, but now something else has caught my attention. Don't worry, it'll be revealed later. I'm sure. I'm sure they wouldn't leave something out in a logical case like this. What do you want? Your testimony, naturally. I'd like to hear it one more time, if you please. I think my radio's going off. One sec. I had class yesterday at 6 p.m., so that's why I had it set, but I never turned it off. I came to the stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. So does this mean that Miss Oldbag's testimony has a contradiction in it? Yes, and I believe our best course of action is to compare with your recreation. See? I just knew Little Thief would be of help. Now let's see if we can pull more info from Miss Oldbag to put into the recreation. For that, we must find the contradiction in her testimony. I came to the stadium to take a short break.
Hold it!
Guess we'll go through all of it again. You mean you took a break from being the Pink Badger? Same dialogue. Whippersnapper. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and saw two men facing each other.
Hold it!
Oops, I kinda went past that kinda fast. Alright, just gotta go over this bit. He's likely wearing a costume due to the footprint shape and lack of blood. Suddenly there's a long gunshot and the person who shot fell to the ground.
Hold it!
Claimed to have seen the exact moment in which the murder took place. Absolutely, the gun made a terrible racket when it was fired. Just didn't help out.
Hold it!
Was this today or tomorrow? I thought we were gonna do Saturday, but if you want to do tomorrow or later today, we can. We can always do both. Don't you have anything to say to me? No, not especially. You're so cold, Edgy Poo. But that's exactly what I like about you. You sure are one tough cookie. One part unshakable, and one part scary. Watch that smart mouth of yours, Missy. What do you know about my fragile heart? Knowing what we know now, thanks to your recreation, the contradiction stands out like a giant sore thumb. Precisely. It's all becoming clear to me. Let's clear up this issue with some well-presented evidence, and get this over with. Alright. I came to the stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and saw two men facing each other. Suddenly there was a loud shot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground. The footprints are a specific shape, and there's a lack of blood.
Objection!
How do you know there were men? If one was wearing a costume. Two men? How'd you know the gender of the two people involved? Seeing as how the victim was wearing a costume at the time. Furthermore, I have another matter, I'd like to inquire about. I'd very much like to know why you failed to mention the costume in your testimony. What? I'm beginning to doubt if you really witnessed the murder at all. But I'm telling you, I really did see it. I doubt it. I saw it with my very own eyes. From a seat in the second tier. The second tier? And didn't you say you saw it right in front of you earlier? That was, you know, I was using the phrase in the metaphorical sense. I see our witness still has a screw loose, in the metaphorical sense. The cushy seats in the second tier are reserved for hotshot VIPs. Which is exactly why I go there now and again to take a nap. Of course. Makes total sense. I can't see how you could have gotten a good look from there. It's so up high. Or so high up. Were you able to see even the victim's costume from way up there? Well, I know I saw two people. But I wouldn't really see what they looked like because they were in the stage's shadow. In the shadow of the stage, it was hard to make out the killer and the victim that Old Bag saw in the stage's shadow. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, you know? Okay, why are you going off of me? Alright. Let's return to our investigation, shall we, Kay? You got it. Anyways. This new silhouette of the victim is in a costume. The silhouette can change depending on the information I input. The little thief can recreate more than just people. So investigate away. We may even find more information with which to make a more accurate sim. Alright, sounds like a plan. This is amazing. Just feel the power of science. Is that your catchphrase? Thanks to you, I'm still able to proceed with the investigation once again. Thank you. Ah, it was nothing. I'm just glad that science and I could be of service. Pretty amazing how we can use the footprints. I like how these two were both like assistants and have their own kind of gimmicks or talents, which was different from Maya and her spiritual stuff. It's a nice contrast. Pretty amazing how we can see the footprints. So what's the secret behind that thing? Oh, you want to know? Here, you can read the manual. Ah, very interesting. So if I do this, I can avoid leaving footprints. She can't seriously be trying to use the information to her advantage as a thief. Wait. Wait, what? Recreation. So you believe that this gadget will provide us with the proof we need? Yeah, of course. Pretty neat, huh? By inputting info... Yeah, huh? Little Thief was originally intended to be a training sim for heists. Training sim for thievery? I don't believe I can turn a deaf ear to that. Okay. It's for practice. Practice. It's not like I've actually stolen anything yet. Besides, we're in the middle of an investigation. So stop nitpicking. Even if it was just practice, I can't exactly endorse the act of stealing. Although admittedly, this device is rather useful in an investigation. So how am I supposed to use this to aid my investigation? Oh, that's right, I guess I should explain how to use it, hmm? Objects outlined in yellow are things that are not present in our time, but were in the past. Things outlined in the dots in dotted lines are things that exist now but didn't in the past. I see. You can examine and interact with replicated people and objects as you normally do. You can even present evidence whenever you find an inconsistency. Oh, and be sure to point out mistakes in the recreation with evidence, too. Very well. Let's continue with the investigation. If there's something you don't get about Little Thief, feel free to ask me anytime, okay? So, do I present it to her? I guess I... Well, at first I thought they were going to do something about the shadows or something. It's like they broke the stage down. The stage was packed up. The stage I saw this morning in the center of the stadium has been packed away. I guess this means they're done for the day. Or maybe it's because of a different show. Maybe it's because a different show is scheduled to start its run tomorrow. Stage was packed up in the shadows of the stage. That's all we have right now, so... If that woman's testimony is to be believed, the murder occurred before the stage was broken down. Do you want me to input that bit of info in Little Thief? Yes, if you please. Okay. My poor eyeballs. Oh. Now I get it. Their places should be swapped. Man, this is a great tool. This new silhouette of the victim is in a costume. Okay, wait, this is not different. Let's point at the guy who's clipping through the stage right now. There's clearly a contradiction here. Please stop stealing my lines. Oh, come on. It wasn't that hard to see it coming, even for a layman like me. I suppose in any case, it's not possible for a killer to have stood here in that way, because there was a very real stage set up in this spot at the time. Yeesh. I told you I got it. Do you feel the need to explain everything? Yes, well, in any case, we still need to resolve this unusual situation. Isn't it obvious? The killer was on top of the stage, naturally. Right, Miss Oldbag? Yes, I remember now. The killer was standing on top of the stage. See? Now let me update this info in the simulation. That's not right though. Well, well, what have we here? A bunch of hooligans running amok, I see. Agent Lang, how nice of you to join us. Well, I can't have you going around messing up my crime scenes. Agent Lang, we've discovered that the real scene of the murder is here, the stadium. I see. Thanks. For what? I'm just trying to show you my appreciation for all the time you saved me. Who knew that such a strange little toy could recreate a crime scene like that? Little Thief is not a toy. You too. Sir. That was fast. And there you have it. You see, big boys? Or you see, big boys like me don't need silly toys, little girl. Now this is a recreation. So what? Do you still intend to assert that Officer Meekins is the killer? Of course. Even knowing that the crime took place here doesn't let him off the book. This is the real scene of the crime. Officer Meekins lay in wait for a victim on top of the stage. And then the victim really showed up. And when the victim finally showed, he shot him from on high. That's the truth. Your little recreation showed. So, I don't know if you guys are still here, but both Digi Vixen and Swag Wizard. I guess you guys have both played and beat this game already? Possibly beat it, but you've at least beat this episode? How far will you go to accuse Officer Meekins of the crime? He's the most likely suspect we've got, especially given the situation with his gun. Well, even if he is the killer, at least my recreation was on mark. You see? Thank you for understanding, my little crow girl. Grr. I'm not some common crow. I'm a Yatagarasu, the raven of legend. Unfortunately, your conclusion has yet to be tested, so let's see how well it holds up. This is the real scene of the crime.
Hold it!
Yes, I played this episode to some extent. I see. Looks like we found the real crime scene first. Ha! Brag all you want. But we don't have all of that free time, unlike the two of you. You know what you remind me of? A dog licking his wounds as he whimpers home. Well, I guess I should be thankful for all the time you saved me. Shishi. That's how we say thanks in my country. You're welcome. I hope he realizes we don't do all this for him. But I'm here now, so I'll be taking over. As I was saying, this is where the crime scene took place. Where the crime took place. Officer Meekins lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage.
Hold it!
Lying in wait? How did Officer Meekins even know the victim was going to come here? Simple. He was investigating the kidnappers, right? And while he was doing so, he came to understand the victim, Mr. Deacon's movements.
Objection!
Ha! And why would the good officer want to ambush and kill a kidnapper?
Knuckle back!
You mean this? You mean his motive? Who knows, and who cares? You can find that out for yourself when you talk to him in jail. You have no respect for the order of law. Don't get me wrong, but I need more than there's no motive to convince me otherwise. He's right. The lack of motive is a rather weak argument by itself. So the officer lay in wait on top of the stage. And when the victim finally showed, he shot him from on high. See, this is the issue, but
Hold it!
we'll go through the rest of the dialogue. So you agree with how our recreation turned out? Like I said, I'm grateful that you were able to save me some time. Alright. We still don't know why he chose to wait on top of the stage. Who cares? Maybe he wanted to become the Blue Badger. Who's to say he didn't see the stage and decided to put on the Badger stage show on his own? Or maybe there's a completely different reason. What does it matter? It still doesn't change the fact that Officer Meekins stood up on that stage and shot the victim on the ground below. That's the truth your little recreation showed. Okay, we don't need to... We can save some time here.
Objection!
I'm terribly sorry, Agent Lang. I should have warned you that our recreation is incomplete. You cut in quite unexpectedly, after all. What's that supposed to mean? You said that the victim was shot by the killer from up above, correct? I hate to break it to you, but that's not possible. Huh? Why not? Recall Mr. Deacon's body, specifically where the gunshot wound was located? Actually, I didn't get that good a look. Oh, well then. The bullet entered Mr. Deacon in his abdominal region and exited his right shoulder. This is more consistent with an angled shot from below, or from beneath the victim. Then, he has a recreation has had the victim being shot at an angle from above. A clear contradiction. You're discounting your own conclusions? No, this one point is the only flaw. This was the mistake. This was the mistaken parameter in our recreation. The stage's location, the witness's location, the killer and victim's location. Yes, the location of the killer and the victim were wrong. I get it. I see what you're trying to say. I believe the killer and victim were standing opposite of what we initially thought. It was the victim who was on top of the stage as he was being shot by the killer. If this is what happened, it would explain the position of the gunshot wounds. But then, what about the footprints? It means the killer was also wearing a costume. Of course. Since footprints don't lie, we can assume then that the killer also wore a costume. Oh, okay. Got a little ahead of myself there. Okay, I'll try using that data instead. Badger on badger violence. What a tragedy. Judging by the fact that both the killer and the victim were wearing costumes, I'd say it was the killing between the two kidnappers. That would be the most natural conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Agent Lang? Well done, Mr. Prosecutor. But that alone doesn't clear Officer Meekins of the crime. Another bit of proof. I ask that you take another good look at the tire marks over there. The 3 marks are indicative of a blue Badgermobile. That story Officer Meekins told about that shop on wheels getting stolen was just a lie. He drove the blue Badgermobile here and committed the murder. Then he used the car to move the body to the garage in the Wild West area. I believe he moved the body with the car. That's right. It was Officer Meekins himself who pointed us to the way he did it. The 3 tire tread marks are very telling, however. Is the blue Badgermobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? No. I say you're taking a look.
Hold it!
Tire marks, yes, tire marks. The ones there behind the stage. They were hidden up until now by the various pieces of stage equipment. As for when they were made, they must have been made after the rain had begun to fall. Correct? Yes, and probably around the same time as when the killer's footprints were made. The tires on the blue Badgermobile probably got pretty muddy because of that. Let's see. I'd say it's the blue Badgermobile because, well, that's pretty obvious too.
Hold it!
3 tire marks. I have to agree that the blue Badgermobile has 3 tires. Of course, the only thing in this part that could make those marks is that roving shop.
Objection!
Are you thinking that there are in fact 3 of them? You can't simply ignore the pink and proto Badger reveals, Agent Lang. Of course, I didn't say it couldn't be either of the other two. But I see no reason to drag them into this just to complicate things. That story Officer Meekins told...
Hold it!
Just a lie. Okay, you have some sort of proof that it was all a lie, correct? Of course not. Come on, man. But, well, that was blunt. But suppose it is a lie. It would explain a lot of this. A lot of things. Like his movements and his whereabouts. He drove the Blue Badgermobile here and committed the murder.
Hold it!
So you still claim that the tire marks belong to the Blue Badgermobile. It must have arrived on the crime scene, on the scene after the ground had become wet with rain. It must have arrived on the scene after the ground had become wet with rain. Officer Meekins committed the murder. Then he used the car to move the body to the garage.
Hold it!
Besides the Blue Badgermobile, there are other ways the body could have been moved.
Knuckle back!
Recall what the Wild Wild West area looked like? Only the Blue Badgermobile and Mr. Deacon's body were in the garage. I'd say that's proof. I suppose if one were to look at that place, that would be the only logical conclusion. However, my experience tells me that the truth is usually not so easily found. Is there some sort of problem with Agent Lang's statement with regards to that scene? Looks like the only thing that car was selling was death, not dreams. Only if what Agent Lang believes turns out to be true. The three-tired tread marks are very telling. However, is the Blue Badgermobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? Alright, what else do we have? Uh... Hmm. He drove the blue Badgermobile here and committed the murder, and then parked it in the garage. The thing that they're kind of pointing me towards is maybe something else left those marks. There's nothing really here. Been at it for a bit, but I'll be back. Go on lunch. Alright, enjoy the lunch, Jay. Alright, let's just try something.
Objection!
Okay, that's not it.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
I think it's the second last one. That's the key here. Besides the blue Badgermobile, there are other ways to... But it could have been
Welcome
linked.
back!
I think they mentioned earlier that the wheels on the blue Badgermobile had no traces of dirt. Like it wasn't being used at all.
Hold it!
Oops, I didn't mean to press.
Objection!
There we go. Sorry, Agent Lang, but that's an impossible tale. And why is that? Those tire marks could not have been left by Officer Meekin's blue Badgermobile. One look at the car would have told you so. Oh, they're not giving me any yellow hints, huh?
Take that!
Take a look at the tires. There's not a single droplet of mud to be found on it. Ugh. If this car had come to the backstage area and left those tire tracks, then the lack of mud on those tires stands out as very peculiar indeed. Then how do you explain the tire marks, genius? Hey, I've got it. What about Miss Oldbag's pink Badgermobile? Don't be ridiculous. I was sleeping the entire time in the second tier seats. Indeed, I believe we can rule her out as someone related to the crime. However, there is yet one more roving store, as I recall. Oh, you mean the Proto-Badger? That's right. There was one more parking space inside that garage, and it proves the evidence, and it proves the existence of a Proto-Badgermobile. Agent Lang, I suggest you find this Proto-Badgermobile post-haste. There must still be some sort of incriminating evidence in it. Hey, did you hear something? Help. This is Lance? Help me. Are you alright? Well, this is something. Looks like we found our kidnapped victim. Where were you all this time? Wild West, with kidnappers. He was in the room next to the one I was held in. Ran away using underground and got lost. The kidnappers. What is it? I can't understand what you're trying to say. The kidnappers escaped wearing costumes. Did you see the faces of your kidnappers? No. I didn't see their faces. But two. One was a woman. A woman? Quite an important piece of testimony. Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop standing there and get your cops on this already. Why did they gotta take off their glasses like that? In sync. I'll even let you guys have that kid have what that kid said just now. Consider it as a gift. Now you're gonna get out of my crime scene, or am I gonna have to get rough? Again? You're nothing but a big bully. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go. Oh, no, not you. You're a very important witness for my case. I'm not about to let you get away that easily. Don't count on me to testify, because I won't. Not for you. That's right, I won't either. You hear me, you young whippersnapper? Hey, calm down. There's no need for all this hostility. I just want to take a statement from each of you. I'm not going to rough either of you up. I give you my word. Come now, fair maidens. What do you say? Will you cooperate? Fair maidens? I knew it. My, you little rascal. You sure know the way into a woman's heart. Lang Zi says, the passage of time is but a fleeting moment, and a lady is young forever. Trying to outdo my edgy-poo with your fancy schmancy sayings. Let's get this over with. So we're clear, I'm only interested in giving you my statement. Sure, just as soon as my Mr. Prosecutor leaves us be. Mr. Edgeworth. To be continued. Well, let's go around the place again. Looks like we got the boot again. One sec. Just checking a message. Okay. Looks like we've got the boot again. With Lance safe, the focus on the investigation will shift solely onto the murder. You mean the infighting between the kidnappers? Yes, and also the identity of the remaining kidnapper. Miles, my boy. Oh boy, it's Ring Pop Lady again. Tell me it's true. Tell me you've really found my boy. Yes, Mr. Amano. We found him earlier in the stadium. Then, my little Lance is unhurt? He's not exactly the picture of perfect health, but his life is not in danger. He's being questioned right now by Agent Lang. Poor Lance. Must have been so horrible for him. Why do I feel like you're very suspicious? Could it have been the maid and the butler? Seems a little cliche. But I guess they have a motive of sorts between the two of them. Poor Lance, it must have been so horrible for him. Locked up like a... Miles, my boy, I can't thank you enough. It was nothing. Literally, we didn't free him. I'm still in shock over what happened to Oliver. But I have to say, I'm relieved that Lance is alright. Well, that's right. I mustn't forget to pass this on to Lance as soon as the police are finished with him. A letter? The way Lance is being chased after by women reminds me of someone I know. I almost can't believe he received yet another love letter, you know? Here, take a look for yourself. This isn't a breach of confidentiality. My dear Lance Amano, may I come see you again? Your beloved Viola. What the heck? Tender Lenderloin. Tender Lenderloin. Oh, Viola. She was with, that one tiger guy. The fake Phoenix. I'm pretty sure she's like bandages and is generally creepy. Look at the postage stamp. It's like a smiley, but it's like kind of evil looking. This whole thing looks like a horror film kind of letter. Anyways. Oh, hey, let me see. That's really weird. It's from a loan company. Tender Lender. Looks more like a collection bill to me. He loves me not. He loves me not. Ah, that's the 12th one. No, you can't give up, Lauren. Just one more try. Excuse me, but I can't help but feel a bit sorry for all the flowers you've gone through. I suppose, if they were me, then... I believe you said you were one of Lance's... Not one of, you were Lance's girlfriend when we first met, correct? Yes, I am, but oh... It's not like we both think of each other as lovers. But he did give me this ring, so I guess we're not just friends either. I mean, because this isn't just any ordinary ring. It tastes so sweet when you lick it. Ah, it's so wonderful. You mean to tell me that he gave you a lollipop ring? So which is it? Have you guys not decided if you're going out? Or is it just one-sided? Decided? Shouldn't the parties involved naturally just know? My father used to work for Mr. Amato. And so Lance and I grew up together. Gasp! I said too much. I said out loud. I don't see how that's anything to be embarrassed about. So your father was an employee of the Amato group. What did he do? I heard his job was to fly around the world. On Pegasus. Pegasus? Oh, Pegasus is the name of the airplane. The airplane belonged to the company. You had me there for a second. But now it's all changed. My father, he isn't around anymore. Oh, I see. About 10 years ago, he rode in Pegasus off to somewhere and never returned. Riding Pegasus to whereabouts unknown. Sounds like the stuff legends are made of. It's been so long. I don't know, I don't think I'd recognize him if we were to ever meet again. Maybe the butler's your father? I'm so sorry, Lauren. But I won't give in to the sadness. I have to live. Yes, Lauren, live. Anyways, about this incident. Incident? But isn't the kidnapping already over and dealt with? I've been here the whole time, so I'm afraid I don't know much about any other incident. How'd you come to know that Lance had been kidnapped? Oh, that's because of my women's intuition. You base everything on that? I know everything when it comes to my Lance. It's really strange. It really must be destiny. Blush. She started fantasizing again. So what are you going to do now, Mr. Edgeworth? We already established that there's a good chance that the killer is the other kidnapper. It's my duty to figure out who this other person is. I believe there's one location that might hold a clue or two. The place where we were held as prisoners. Hold it, don't let me in with you. I can't allow you to slander my good name as a great thief by saying I was captured. Not being able to escape from somewhere qualifies as a caged bird, Kay. Besides, we checked that place out pretty well while we were there, remember? Don't you think it'd be a better idea to check somewhere else? Perhaps you're right. What I really need right now are leads on the killer's identity. I believe there is one location that might hold a clue or two. Kidnapper's hideout. The obvious location is the kidnapper's hideout. But we're still not allowed in, remember? Agent Lang and his men should be done with this area. In that case, there's no harm in asking that officer over there to let us in. What do you have to report? Sir, nothing unusual or out of the ordinary, sir. Where have I heard such redundancy before? Is it possible for you to let us take a look around inside? Sir, roger, sir. That's surprisingly hassle-free. Are you certain? Didn't Agent Lang order you not to allow me in? Sir, that's true, sir, but Detective Gumshoe asked me personally to let you in, sir. And I couldn't refuse a request from him. Wow, looks like Detective Gumshoe has a following. Furthermore, I was asked to give this document to you, sir. What is this? His real name. The man of this picture, isn't this Mr. Oliver Deacon? The name here is just Colin. Let's see. Whereabouts unknown after his escape from Penny Den. Or Penny Dent. Prison. Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. We thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are. It's gotta be Lauren. But despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. It's the same name as the one on the back of the pendant. It appears that Colin was his real name. What's this? He was convicted in a case 10 years ago and sent to prison. What? Then what was he doing here? Apparently he broke out of jail and then just vanished. He must have become Oliver Deacon to cover up the fact that he was an escape villain. Okay. Now I'm not sure what's going on anymore. Is there some sort of link between the victim's past and this current case? These police documents are rather detailed. I should take the time to give them a thorough read eventually. It's fine, let's focus on one thing at a time, starting with the kidnapper's hideout. Yeah, I agree. We should investigate first, think later. Rather than thinking things through, I think we should try remembering things first. Now then, if you could please unlock the door, officer. It was locked up until a while ago, but since then the door has been wide open, sir. I'm not sure I follow what you're saying. Care to explain in a bit more detail? Sure, the door was locked down tight when they went to check out the room. So they got about 10 officers to help out and break the door down, sir. I see. I guess that means I get Agent Lang's leftovers. Well, let's see what we find. So this is where the kidnappers planned their foul deed. While you were tied up for a while in the next room door, Okay, please, must you bring that up again? Now then, down to business. There might still be some clues left in this room. Oh, I see a body, or the costume body. Let's try to find out what we can on the other kidnapper's identity. This must be where they dispose of old and worn out costumes. That's so sad. It must seem that they've thrown away the costume. It would seem that they throw the costumes away in pieces. In the hideout, there's a trash bin for old and useless costumes. Beyond this door, it's where the kidnappers held you after getting the jump on you. Much you keep reminding me. But it's the room where I got to see your awesome face. You don't need to remind me of that mortifying moment either. A sign advising the photo rally, something I have absolutely no interest in. Advertising. I feel like I've read so many words. Why is she jumping? Yes, but I do. And I'm going to get my hands on the rest of the Badger family. You'll see. She definitely brings a decidedly different atmosphere to a criminal investigation. 3 coffees? I won't rest until I've inspected every nook and cranny. Cheap styrofoam cups. Looks like only 3 cups were used. 3 cups. They were on top of the table. The coffee looks like it was poured today. The poster of Gatewater Land is stuck on the wall. Intrigue, fun, prestige. Gatewater Land has it all, and it's waiting for you. It's not especially catchy, is it? I wonder what this key is to. You got me. It reminds me of the key we found in the other room. That's it. This must be the key for one of those trap doors. That wasn't a trap door. You only call it one because you, literally jumped into it. Hey, but isn't that what you're supposed to do when you see one? I'm not having this conversation with you. Folding chairs. From the looks of it, they were used. They were probably used by the kidnappers. There are 3 chairs still on the table. Well, that seems about it. We already knew there were 3 people. The common denominator between the cups and the folding chairs is the number 3. Speaking of which, the number of missing costumes is also 3. Wait, but I thought there were only 2 kidnappers. Indeed. Something isn't adding up. Literally. Is it possible there's a 3rd kidnapper that Lance didn't see? Oh, they have barrels like these, just outside. Yes, and? Well, I know I already asked you when you were out. If these were real, either there were 3 kidnappers or Lance was in on it. If these are real, what would you put in them? There's an expectant gleam in her eyes. That I'm about to dash. What have we here? Looks like a sword. A broken sword. Strange. Why would it be broken like that? Broken prop sword. Found lying next to the door. Broken cleanly in half. Swords don't usually break on their own. That's true. Alright then, let's think about it in this way. Maybe it broke when someone was trying to use it for or on something. Hypotheticals aren't going to get us anywhere. Perhaps we should think more on this later. Hey, there's a trapdoor in this room too. It's not a trapdoor, it's an entrance to an underground passage, Kay. I know that. The door leads to the outside world. The door leading to the outside of the world was locked. So Lance must have escaped in his prison through here. Unused folding chairs lean against the wall in their folded state. Wow, whoever lined these up did it perfectly. They're not even a single hair off. I feel bad using these because it'd be like stealing the perfection away. I expect it's more like you wouldn't want to be the one to put them away. Watch out, Mr. Edgeworth. It's a broken mirror. It probably came from the haunted house. Why is this here? Are they planning to repair it? Let's try. Nope. So this is the room next to the one we were held prisoner in. You know, I took a peek in here through the door from the other room. As did I, Kay. Anyway, is this room... If this room was truly the kidnapper's hideout, then that means that there should be some clues to their identities here, right? I don't know if there are, however the possibility is probably high, or its probability is quite high. I believe a thorough combing of this room is necessary. What else is there to comb? Wait. We didn't check the actual door. This door is thoroughly broken thanks to the police, who forced it open. That doorknob handle thingy is looking pretty beat up. I suppose that's what happened when 10 officers break their way in with brute force. Hey, that's odd. The lock on this is completely fine. Look, not a single dent. But how is that possible after what that officer told us? Yeah, if the lock had been in use when the door was busted open, the lock itself should have been completely wrecked. So the lock on the door leading to the outside is undamaged. How can that be? The door had been forced open, yet the lock is intact. I guess it was unlocked when they barged it open? The panel that hit the entrance to the underground is propped up and wide open. Be careful where you step, Kay. I only fell in the other opening once, you know. That seems to be about it. I take some more damage. Never mind. It's a bit strange that the police had to force their way open into an unlocked room. One look at the pristine door lock, and anyone can see that it's not in use at the time. But the policeman outside said that it took 10 men to get it open. A door that was locked tight, despite it being not locked at all. It can only be because of this. Oh, you mean? Yes, it was used to jam the door. Here, take a look at the door handle. Do you see how the handle is completely destroyed? I guess that makes sense. So that's how the sword broke. It was used to jam the handle to the hideout door. I thought that we might uncover the true identity of the kidnappers, but instead we only uncovered more questions that need to be answered. I'm scared. Look at those eyes. What is it? Well, well. Mr. Edgeworth, am I correct? What are you doing, suddenly popping out of the secret entrance like that? This is an underground passage used by staff members, sir. We badgers also make sure make use of it in our duties. Look, why don't you get out of there first, and then we'll talk, okay? I beg your pardon, miss. Proto Badger, get. Alright, only one more to go. What are you getting all excited about? Gas, but you forget? The photo rally, duh. See, look. Now all I have to do is get a picture of Bad Badger, and I'm done. Yes, I vaguely recall a contest or something of that sort. What? It's gone. But where did it go? What happened? What's wrong? A Bad Badger costume is missing, sir. Oh, is that all? Well, it's missing because the kidnapper stole it. I heard about how they were stolen, but I said that only 3 of the costumes had been taken. Uh-huh. What, is he saying that more than 3 of them are gone? Let's see. If we're to assume that Colin, Meekins, and Windbag were 3, and then the 3 stolen ones, and then this guy and the pink one that's still in there. Okay. Mr. Proto Badger, please tell me a little more about these costumes you use. What do you mean by a Bad Badger costume is missing? Why, just what I said, sir. We are one bad Badger short. Counting the spares, we have 2 of each costume on hand at all times. Okay, so because one of them is walking around in the park, the other should be in that room. Actually, both of them should be in that room. What do you mean? Normally, we don't use the Bad Badger costumes. In fact, we only use them during a certain event, at a set time each day. In the stage show, where the Bad Badger wreaks havoc around the park. And the other Badgers must work together to apprehend him, sir. I'm speechless that such a show exists. Well, sir, I was just trying to explain to you the only time we use that costume. Then doesn't that make it a near impossible to get a picture of Bad Badger? Personally, I can't believe that it's this close to showtime and there's no costume. Oh dear. What am I to do, sir? All this basically means is that the kidnapper stole 4 costumes in total. Then are you saying that there are 4 kidnappers? No, I don't think that's very likely. Oh? Call the costumes for a minute. The stolen ones, you mean? What proves that a 4th kidnapper doesn't exist? Well, we know who's this one. We know this one's in the trash. And that guy's right here. We know Old Bag. And this one still is stored. I guess they want me to present this?
Take that!
Looking here, you can plainly see that the 4th kidnapper is out of the question. Look where? Do you know what you're trying to say? Do you know what he's trying to say, Mr. Proto Badger? No. I'm very sorry, sir. However, I must have missed something myself. Okay, never mind. What proves that a fourth kidnapper does not exist? If it's not this one, then what am I... Old bag. This one's still here. They mentioned they had some stolen ones. I can't really reason anything besides the obvious. This didn't work. Maybe someone in the chat has a hint of something I'm missing, perhaps. Or remembers which particular 3 were reported as stolen. Though my initial thought right now is Bad Badger. What proves that a 4th kidnapper does not exist? In this setup. I guess we'll go back. We're one Bad Badger short. There's 2 of each on hand at all times. Both of them should be in that room. You don't use the badger costume normally.
Take that!
Looking here, you can plainly see the 4th kidnapper is out of the question. Okay, this doesn't really prove anything. Let's reread. It said that only 3 costumes had been taken. So how is it not the pink one? Did I misclick? Maybe I misclicked.
Take that!
If you had 4 people and you wanted to steal... This is new dialogue. Okay, I don't know where I clicked initially. Looks like I was right initially, but okay. Yeah, sure. I guess my finger slipped. Wouldn't you naturally go for the full set and steal a pink badger costume instead? Yeah, that makes sense. Yet the kidnappers decide to steal another bad badger. I believe the culprits needed 2 bad badger costumes, but the question is why? A 4th stolen costume by the 3-person kidnapping group. Where's the other costume? Unaccounted for a bad badger. Second bad badger costume. I believe it may be closer at hand than we think. What do you mean? That costume in the trash. Wouldn't you say that it's wearing some very telltale pants? Hey, you're right. Let's get it out there and take a look. Looks like the gun was ripped out of it. As I suspected, it's a bad badger costume. Why does he wear pants? Well, minus the head. Look, its hand is hurt. Looks more like something was ripped off of it. Wonder why this Bad Badger costume's right hand is torn up like that. Maybe it's a flesh wound from a fight with Blue Badger. I always knew the Blue Badger was one ferocious beast. I somehow doubt that even real badgers are as bloodthirsty as that, Kay. So what have you done today? Aside from streaming? Not much. Basically all I've done is I woke up, ate some breakfast, if you want to call it that, more brunch, and then I went live. I was probably gonna play some more Paper Mario to actually finish up the game completely, but I figured let's come back to playing this game. And that's about it. Are you still doing classes? Yeah, I had a class yesterday. Yesterday evening. Before I streamed. My next assignment is due Wednesday night. And then I'll probably have an exam, a final exam, which will, for some reason, last an entire week. So I'm guessing it's going to be hard. And after that, I'll do some internship stuff, probably. Kidnapping victim. Escaped from the kidnapper's hideout and was found at the stadium. There are 3 folding chairs over this side. I can't say they were arranged nearly as nicely as their siblings on the right. You think so? I think they're just fine. Like a bunch of used chairs ought to be. I'm gonna think you must keep a most chaotic room. You don't slander and sigh at me all in one shot. Okay, let's do something, I guess. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Victim costume. Slightly wearing one due to the shape. I don't really see the connection here. I wonder why this Bad Badger's right hand is torn up like that. So it seems like the only thing they care about is the right hand. Something was ripped off of it. The sword.
Eureka!
It's a clear contradiction of the facts. Never mind. There's definitely something off with this costume. What do you want me to say?
Eureka!
Nope. I'm hurt. I guess we just present this pamphlet, this Bible. This is the only trace of a gun.
Eureka!
I believe what we have here is an inconsistency. Yeah. Between what? Look carefully. Our costume is not holding something in the right hand. That it should be. Oh, the gun. Precisely. The Bad Badger was designed to always hold the gun in his right hand. However... You there, did you remove the gun from this Bad Badger's right hand? No, I did not, sir. The gun is supposed to be securely attached to the costume. As I thought. The rip itself confirms my hypothesis that the gun was forcefully removed. Mr. Proto-Badger, the gun is, of course, not a functional weapon, correct? Absolutely not, sir. It's just a model gun. However, it can fire blanks. It can fire blanks. We need to use them for a stage show. It seems that our kidnappers also had a need for the model gun, my dear costume friend. Missing model gun. Well, we did heal a lot, but not fully. I think we're about done with this room. So what's next? Well, we found a few answers. There are still things missing. Still things left that we have to ask a certain person about. Let's go, Kay. Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Poor Gumshoe. I like how his fan saluted in the back. We've gotta hurry, sir. Come on. What is it, detective? They found a blue badger costume down in front of the main gate, sir. What? Isn't that what one of the kidnappers was wearing? Bingo. That's what we've gotta come to the main gate. That's why you've gotta come to the main gate with me right now. If we hurry, we might be able to get there before Wolf Boy does. Alright, let's make haste to the main gate. I wonder if I can finish this whole chapter in one stream. A ladder. Maybe? Where's the costume, Detective Gumshoe? Just on the other side of the fountain, sir. Was it out here in the open all along? Was it? So it was discovered in the tall grass back there. Or no, it was discovered in the tall black. Okay, whatever. We moved it out here in order to examine it more thoroughly. Then let's get down to it. What do we have here? Oh, it's another pendant. Interesting. The airplane, Pegasus, one part horse, the other part wings. I'm wondering if Lollipop Girl was involved at this point. It's very possible that she reunited with her father and they did the kidnapping. Who's the third person? I don't really know. It could be these three are the ones. I mean, they're even lumped together. But who knows? Oh, it's another pendant. That's 2 treasures in one day. How lucky is that? And hey, this pretty baby is made of platinum silver too. Another pendant on top of the one we found on Mr. Deacon. Is it possible that these two... Hold it right there. Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor. You sure know how to cross the line, don't you? A pendant, huh? This is a very decisive piece of evidence. How can you tell? Look here and read off what you see. Lauren D. Hey, it's a name that's engraved on this. Miss Palp's pendant. It's shaped like a pair of wings. Lauren D is engraved on the back. Aha! We have you now, Miss Kidnapper. No, you don't understand. Lolly? Excuse me? Is that a pet name for the name Lauren? Anyways. Can't believe you're one of my kidnappers. Lance. You're kidding. Miss Pops? I don't know, she has a ring pop, so maybe she's Pops. Was one of the kidnappers? Yes. It was me. I held Lance hostage. So Miss Pops is one of the kidnappers. But even knowing that, I can't call this case solved. Or over. Hey guys, case closed. Get the car ready. And I mean the special one for this young lady.
Hold it!
Heh. Again, Mr. Prosecutor? What is it this time? Are you proposing that Miss Pops is also the culprit in the murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect. We found it. Found what? That officer's gun. He literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. Your country's police are a sham. Just look at how careless they are. Who are you calling a sham? The officer's gun didn't show a sign of having been fired, so it can't be the murder weapon. So Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges, I see. And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking onto the scene. The murder only happened because the kidnappers started fighting among themselves. As I recall, it was you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? It's Pops. Also, it makes sense if she's Lollipops for her last name to be Pops. Did you really kill Mr. Deacon? I don't get the Deacon, Oliver Deacon thing though. Yes, I killed him. I can't believe it. Ha 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 ha. Thanks for the confession.
Objection!
Agent Lang, it's much too early to declare this case closed. Look at you, so sure of yourself. We've got the culprit's own confession and some very incriminating evidence. What more could you ask for? Miss Lauren Pops. Yes? I want to hear from you. Tell me your side of all that has happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder. But why? I'm the kidnapper and the killer. Isn't that a... What the heck? What kind of animation is this? Isn't that enough? It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if it's the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason why you can't? I've had a change of heart. I think I'd enjoy seeing you sulk away as a losing mutt. Alright, you heard me. Let's hear about all the evil deeds you committed today. The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. He knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Amano would pay anything to get his son back, after all. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me. There, are you satisfied? She has confessed to her crimes the second time. At least you have the guts to admit what you've done. I can at least respect that much. Miss Pops. Is what you said really the truth? Yes, it is. If that is the truth, it certainly isn't the whole truth. Because there's something that seems a bit too probable in her confession.
Hold it!
How well did you know the victim? I've spoken with him only a few times at Lance's house. A few times, that's it? Yes. If they only met a few times, I don't see how they could have trusted each other. But if you hardly ever talked, how could you even trust... How could he trust you not to steal his plan? That's completely irrelevant. He was planning to betray her from the very beginning. Which is why he chose someone he wasn't especially close to. Isn't that right, Sheena? Yes, however, Mr. Deacon made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one who intended to betray himself. Ha, I bet he didn't see that one coming.
Hold it!
You knew? How did you know something like this How did you know something like that? Oh no. What should I do? Okay, what's wrong with her now? Come on, isn't it obvious? You're making your scary face again. That's it. That's why. Why don't you try asking her in a nicer, more gentle way? No, stop it, Lauren. You're always like this. You always fall for the stern-looking one. That's why you're always so unhappy. Or maybe that's it. She's been bewitched by your icy glare. Mind your own business, Kay. Now then, Miss Pops, let's continue with your testimony. Oh, yes, of course. What was even... Okay, I guess that meant nothing.
Hold it!
Why did you believe that? Anyone who knows Mr. Amano would think the same. I bet Lance is that old man's greatest treasure. Suppose he would be a doting father like Mr. Amano. I always figured that was it too. and I was always envious of Lance for it. Oh, because your dad's... I got this pendant from my dad. And I believe that as long as I have this, I'll find my father again someday. He'll welcome me into his arms, riding on the back of Pegasus. That pendant. She must truly believe it to be the wings of a Pegasus. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money.
Hold it!
Would you mind telling us a little bit about the plan itself? Well, first we captured Lance. Oh, how'd you do that? Well, Mr. Deacon did it on his own, as I don't quite know. Here I thought you knew how to steal people away. I shudder to think that she would do such... I shudder to think what she would do with such knowledge. Sorry, I really don't know, but somehow Mr. Deacon was able to contain him. All I had to do after that was wait for the ransom to be paid, but... Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me.
Hold it!
Why do you think he did? I have no idea. Maybe he had a plan on doing so from the very beginning. His pops. Wait, Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Pops from the very beginning? Was that ever really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yes. I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is all that likely. Huh? I don't think Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you. But why? We were total strangers. It's not uncommon for people to kill each other. Miss Pops, you really are clueless, aren't you? What do you mean? You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor do you know who you really are. But I do, and I can show you with this piece of evidence. This proves that Mr. Deacon wouldn't have been able to bring himself to kill Miss Pops.
Take that!
Why are you showing this to me? So what about the pendant? This horse pendant, along with this piece of evidence, shows who you really are.
Take that!
These two pendants resemble each other, wouldn't you agree? Hey, you're right. They're the same color and they're even made of the same material. I believe that these two pendants are actually one. Eh? Shall we give it a try? Wow, it's totally Pegasus. But why? Why does my pendant match up with Mr. Deacon's? You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why this might be. What? No, that can't be. So the two make a set. Heh. It's not another trinket. It's just another trinket. It's not as though this changed anything. You lack imagination, Agent Lang. Very well. I'll show you with this evidence. This piece of evidence that gives meaning to the Pegasus pendant.
Take that!
Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin Devore. The name that is etched on the horse's pendant. What? An alias? I suppose he had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. And it makes sense given what was written in Mr. Devore's dossier. And what I really wanted to point out was this. This specific section reveals the meaning behind this pendant. I don't know, soul daughter?
Take that!
Mr. Devoray had one daughter, and her name was Lauren Pops. That's a lie. That person was not my father. He couldn't come out and tell you he was your father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. Do you still believe that man... Do you still believe that a man that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in a kidnapping plot?
Knuckle back!
Ha 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 ha. And what's so funny, Agent Lang? You're good at making things up in your head and deciding it's truth, aren't you? What are you trying to say? Your thinking is much too innocent. After all, I thought of another possibility. Is that so? Well, let's hear it. I'll grant you the two of them are father and daughter. But isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. And the two of them made good use of their meeting to plan this little kidnapping. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well? So this is a version of how things might have been. You don't have any proof that either one didn't know of their true relationship, right? You mean they knowingly committed the kidnapping as father and daughter? That's right. As one really rotten family. Is that really what happened? I'd better take a long, hard look at the evidence.
Hold it!
Precisely. And what father would ever willingly kill his own daughter?
Knuckle back!
I've seen a lot of things in my travels, and I can tell you that being related by blood is sometimes proof of nothing. But isn't it possible that they knew each other? They knew that fact? You think they knew? Yeah, I don't think only the victim knew. I think the girl realized it as well. They both knew who the other person was, but they had to pretend that they didn't. Because he was on the lam? You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. Furthermore, it was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano.
Hold it!
One is a butler and one is the friend of the son, you mean? They probably thought that was their best shot. Is that what you honestly believe? I thought she was a maid with her outfit, but I guess she's not. Of course. The two of them make good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping.
Hold it!
You mean how they plot to commit this crime as blood relatives? Can you think of a better partner? They're certainly a clever pair. Butler and girlfriend. No one would ever suspect that they were in fact family. Yes, from the very beginning, they painstakingly practiced their roles well.
Hold it!
I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence. Am I? Because I don't see you presenting any evidence on the contrary. Without evidence, we're stuck at a stalemate. Agent Lang isn't wrong. The scenario is certainly a probable one. Better hurry up and do something, or Lauren's gonna wind up looking real bad. I know, but first things first, is Agent Lang's line of logic factually correct? Did the two of them really knowingly commit the crime as father and daughter? That makes sense here. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. But isn't it possible they both knew that fact? How can I prove that she didn't know? We thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up.
Objection!
No, that's not it. Alright, let's go back to pressing.
Hold it!
Precisely in what father would willingly kill his own daughter.
Not so fast!
Welcome back. How was lunch? Seen a lot of things in my travels. Uh-huh. Isn't it possible that they both knew that fact?
Hold it!
I think only the victim knew. I don't think only the victim knew. I think the girl realized it as well. They both knew who the other person was. They had to pretend that they didn't. So right now we need to prove that hold on. So we finally connected the dots between this guy, Colin, and Lauren being father and daughter. But we need to prove that Lauren didn't know. To prove her innocence, I guess. I'll post it in memes because might as well be a meme. That's a great sign. I don't see the image though. Maybe it's taking a while to load? I see your text, your message, but not the actual image. Oh, now I see. What the? What am I looking at? It's like an... Is this supposed to be an Uncrustable? Not that I've ever had one, but... Or maybe it is just... Someone bit off the crust for the PB&J and threw it on the ground for some reason. Well, anyways. Yeah, very strange, but it is what it is. People are weird. Hmm. Kind of stuck here, to be honest. This doesn't really need any issue. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. And also the last message. Wouldn't you say that my scenario is perfectly probable as well? You don't really need to argue that one. It's really these ones. Isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? That they were father and daughter? It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan their little kidnapping. She didn't know it was a coincidence, and they didn't plan their kidnapping. Can we prove any of these?
Objection! Not so fast!
Wait. Did I do it right? Agent Lang, about this piece of evidence. Not so fast. Confidence is like a soul, and words without confidence are but empty shells. I don't think so. You shouldn't waste your breath on words you have no confidence in, Mr. Prosecutor. Although it's just bad to say something in full confidence to be wrong. Are you gonna let him lecture you about your self-confidence like that? I just need to be overflowing with self-confidence. I just need to think rationally. Or I don't need to be. After all, I only need to be confident in the facts. Well, I'm not. I think this is relevant. I'm thinking what might be... I'm kind of skipping ahead of myself. 1, 2 and 3 were all involved. Maybe he faked his kidnapping in order to get the $1 million ransom money from his father to pay off a loan from this girl. But yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself here. We could try this again, I guess, but it must be somewhere. Or I have an idea now. I've been going to this in the wrong angle. The two of them may get use on their meeting to plan this little kidnapping. But there's a third person.
Objection!
Finally, I'm free. This kidnapping wasn't planned by just two people alone. What kind of proof do you have of that? Quite simply, there are 3 kidnappers. 3? 4 costumes were stolen from the Wild Wild West area's back room. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout. As for the other 3, we can assume they were being worn by the 3 different people. We also found a set of 3 cups and 3 folding chairs that were used in the hideout. It also clearly points to a 3-man group. And I believe this third person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping. Who is this mastermind? I present to you the brains behind the kidnapping. Okay, must be you.
Take that!
Lance. Lance Amano? I'm sure it's for the reasons I just mentioned before. Yes, this abduction was in fact schemed by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us? Did you see the faces of your kidnappers? No, I didn't see their faces. But 2. One was a woman. However, there were 3 kidnappers, which is a direct contradiction to what he said. But I only saw 2 people. This guy was being held hostage. It's possible he couldn't see all 3 of them. Ah yes, about when you were being held. I have my doubts about what happened then. Lance, would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive? I really don't remember much anymore. Honest. But if I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you? Better fess up. Mr. Long Ears. I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded the entire time. The kidnappers suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed. But it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. I made my escape and ran from that room as fast as I could. Through the underground passageway, I presume. Are you okay? Sorry, I really didn't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but now you believe me, right? No, not quite yet. Ah, how can you not? Why do you look at me with ice daggers in your eyes? I like how he's just moving his finger. So he's a faker. Because he's a prosecutor, and because they're all like that. I'll have you know, Agent Lang, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning the truth. And should they be interpreted to be cruel at times, then so be it. Chih. This is a sticking point in Lance's testimony. Oh, there is one. Let's see what he offers up when I push a little. I was kidnapped yesterday morning.
Hold it!
Can you tell us about when you were abducted in a little more detail? It was a strange morning. I felt like I was right in the middle of a great calm. And where were you when you experienced this calm? Our family garden, of course. Where else could it have been? Well, excuse me for asking. This child is more princess than prince. I was out taking a walk to shake off the morning blah. And out of the blue, someone from behind me clasped a hand over my mouth. You didn't see your attacker? They must have used some drug to knock me out. Because before I knew it, I was off in La La Land again. When I woke up, I was in the kidnapper's hideout already, all tied up. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded the entire time.
Hold it!
By that room, you mean the room in the kidnapper's hideout, correct? Yes, but I was blindfolded the whole time, so I didn't know that until I made my escape. Then you were in the same room as your kidnappers. They spoke in hushed voices, but I can catch bits of their conversation. It was definitely two people, and one of them was definitely a woman. I was so scared. I could tell they were nearby, so I didn't dare make a move. This little rich brat. Look at his hair. You can tell he's evil. But the kidnapper suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside.
Hold it!
The kidnappers disappeared. The room fell into a sudden silence. I'd been left behind like an unwanted mutt. And what do you mean by unwanted mutt? What a pointless question. It's not like he's going to tell you anything new, you know? It's a poetic simile. You should learn how to use them too. You may look refined on the outside, but it's no good if you're not refined on the inside as well. How dare you have wind blow on you, dramatically. My hands were cuffed. It was a stroke of luck that they left me alone.
Hold it!
Then those cuffs on your wrist, I suppose you're still cuffed in that case. I'm well aware of how I am chained to reality. I couldn't find the key, so I'm afraid that I'm stuck like this. Even though I escaped from that jail cell, I will forever be a prisoner. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could.
Hold it!
How'd you manage to escape? I wanted to just get out of there, but the door leading outside was locked. Which is why I had to use the underground passageway to make my escape. The door was locked. Remember our escape to be equally as hard. This is an invaluable piece of testimony. I mustn't let it go unexamined. The door wasn't locked. The door leading outside was locked tight, so I had to use the underground passageway.
Objection!
You said the door leading out was locked, but was it really? Look at him. He's not even really cuffed. His arms can go right through there. We're talking about the room behind the saloon front, right? Look, I heard that it took quite a few men to get that thing open. Right, Sheena? Yes, that's correct. But take a look at this. What is that? A sword? It's not an especially reliable one if it's broken like that. Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion is that the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by this sword, which was used to jam the handle. Lance, even though your hands were cuffed together, you could still use them. If that's the case, then why did you not just simply remove the sword and escape? Why didn't I? I was disoriented. Yes, that's it. I didn't notice it. As if I should accept such a bold-faced lie. You locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you didn't in fact possess the key to the door. That's why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison for your very own.
Knuckle back!
You've been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way. And what would that be? A motive. What else? Do you honestly think that an upright, pure boy like him would hatch up a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself?
Objection!
This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit this crime.
Take that!
To put it simply, Lance had a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is in fact a collections bill. It appears our upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance? Ugh. Looks like it's hard being the son of a rich man, huh? It must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your own old man, huh? Yeah. Alright, I give up. I abducted myself. Lance! It's over, Lolly. In this life, we really are bound to our fates, after all. All I wanted was to go with you to a new town, somewhere where no one would know us. I wanted us to be well off with that $1 million, but now, our dream is over. Oh, Lance. Then you're giving yourself up. Yes. I had planned to run away from this world with my lolly. Yeah, out of context, this is crazy. Oliver even helped us with the plan, and then he had to go and stab us in the back. He turned on you? Maybe he didn't want to split the ransom money. That's my guess. It happened almost right after you made the drop-off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. I doubt it. Not with that haircut, buddy. Probably some snotty rich kid he didn't want his daughter to be involved with. After a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. We left him inside that room as Lolly and I made our escape. We wore different costumes and split up. Lolly left first in the Blue Badger costume. That would mean the person Officer Meekins saw was Miss Pops. But right then, the old man just had to wake up. I was careless and he tackled me pretty hard from behind. Then Oliver put on a Bad Badger costume. And took the suitcase with $1 million and ran. I contacted Lolly right away and warned her that he had a gun. They had no idea they were related, so I thought they could only end badly. I still don't believe it. That person was not my father. Why are you cutting your hair? Where'd you get those scissors from? Because if he was, I just killed my own father. Lolly, then it really was you. Chain of events. That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with $1 million in it. But that badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. There was a gunshot, the other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran scared for my life. I think Lolly had the fake one. I think the big picture is finally coming into focus, don't you? Lolly, forgive me. I didn't think it would turn into something so frightening. If only I could have protected you. So, Miss Pops, she shot her own dad without even knowing who he really was. If what she says is true, are you saying she's lying? Then why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve? You'd be surprised how often people lie without even realizing it themselves, Kay. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? What I mean is, listen very carefully to her confession once more and you'll see. That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium.
Hold it!
Please calm down. Let's slowly talk through this. But all you have to do is simply tell us what happened at the stadium. Leave it to us to search out the truth. Can you do that for me? Alright. So at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with $1 million in it.
Hold it!
That was the ransom money, wasn't it? Yes, that's how I was able to identify Mr. Deacon almost immediately. It was all thanks to what Lance told me. And what did he tell you? Well, he called me on my cell phone and told me that Mr. Deacon had betrayed us and had run off with the ransom money. And about how he had a gun. But that badger pointed his gun at me, pointing to shoot me dead.
Hold it!
Were you able to clearly see the gun? Yes, I got a very good look at it while it was pointed at me. Oh, Father. Why would you try to shoot me? Do you really think a father would shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't know. I don't want to believe myself. But it's true, my father's left arm was raised and the gun in it. Pointed straight at me. I'm about to die, I thought. He's right-handed. Miss Pops. Please calm down and take a deep breath. Now would you please allow me to hear that last sentence one more time? Yes, of course.
Hold it!
And you felt that your life was in danger, correct? Yes, I'm about to die, I thought. So... That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. There was a gunshot, the other person crumpled to the ground and I ran scared for my life.
Objection!
I have here a dossier on your father. And according to this, your father was right-handed. Then the person pointing a gun at you from atop the stage was not Mr. Deacon.
Knock him back!
Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you need to take a refresher course. The Bad Badger has a model gun attached on his right arm, on his right hand. Which is why the only hand he could have held the real gun was on his left. Isn't it possible that it went down like that? Agent Lang, were you paying attention to what Miss Pops was saying? Then again, I suppose I can't expect someone who has never set foot in court to catch it. Enough with the smugness. Out with it already. Miss Pops told us earlier. There was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with $1 million in it. The only way he could have been pulling suitcases with it is while he's holding... He couldn't have been dual-wielding guns, is what I'm saying. One hand would have had to been free. According to you, the Bad Badger had the gun in his left hand, which means that he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. Is that correct, Miss Pops? Yes, exactly. And I'm sure it was the Bad Badger. It had those huge sunglasses on his head, on his face. But if that's the case, even I can see there is a huge contradiction. Yes, Miss Pops claims to have seen the Bad Badger, and yet Bad Badger had both of his hands full. This piece of evidence contradicts each other, so one must be wrong. It wasn't Bad Badger. Both hands were not occupied. Uh... They're both correct. Impossible. That just leaves us with an irresolvable contradiction. Miss Pop's entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. But what if the Bad Badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? This proves that there was a way for the Bad Badger to freely use both of his hands.
Take that!
Get your head on straight, Mr. Prosecutor. That doesn't show me diddly squat. Excuse me? Okay. Just let me explain. He had a gun in his left hand and suitcase in his right. The Bad Badger costume had a model gun attached on his right hand, which is what created this contradiction about which hand did what.
Take that!
The costume had two parts to it, a head and the body. Oh, I get it now. The head Miss Pop saw was probably really the head of the Bad Badger. However, it's not possible that the body was that of an entirely different... Is it not possible the body was that of an entirely different badger? A different badger? Yeah, or to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. Proto-Badger.
Take that!
What the heck is this? It's the Proto-Badger. Yeah, it's a simple matter of process of elimination. Miss Pops is wearing the blue badger costume, so we can eliminate that one. And the pink badger is the wrong color, which should have been incredibly obvious. All that's left is Proto-Badger's costume. Miss Pops. Who was the one who wore the Proto-Badger costume? That would be Lance.
Knuckle back!
Are you saying what I think you are? That Lance Amano donned the Bad Badger's head and pretended to be Mr. Deacon? On top of which, he plotted to shoot Miss Pops while wearing that hideous thing? The stage that was set in the stadium was nothing more than that, a setup. And his purpose was to lead Miss Pops into believing that she committed murder. Standing there in front of Miss Pops and pretending to be the victim. It was all done so that she would pull the trigger. Ha ha ha. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why exactly would I have to do all that, huh? There is but one reason, Lance Amano. You are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deacon. What? No. That's slander. Take it back. You take it back right now. Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand? I'm left-handed. What does that have to do with anything? It depends. According to Miss Pops, our attacker held a gun in his left hand.
Knuckle back!
Huh. Who is what-handed doesn't prove a thing. And besides, now you're just being absurd. It's not like the Proto-Badger is bulletproof. One misfire and he might have found himself dead, right?
Objection!
Of course, logically, if he had been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us. but I believe he had thought of that as well, and prepared accordingly. And this should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure he wouldn't be hit by a bullet.
Take that!
We found one half of a badger body, a bad badger costume in the hideout, a broken one. It was not the same one that the victim was wearing, plus it was missing something. And that something is the model gun that the bad badger carries, which can only fire blanks. What? Where's the gun you used now? I threw it away into the sea. That makes it a bit tough to verify, but it was. Although I believe that we can safely assume it was the model gun in question.
Now go back!
I've heard enough. All you've been spouting so far is pure conjecture. I admit that as long as the model gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say the probability that I am right is very high. Okay, let's pretend that you're right, that the murder at the stadium was a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor? I don't know yet. Ha! I knew you were full of it. However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame. Please, wait a second. It's simply not possible. Because I saw Mr. Deacon after he was restrained by Lance. She saw the victim in the state of being restrained? What Miss Pop saw. I came back to the hideout long after the other two. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door. Wait, what? After the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape. So Mr. Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right? Was that Edgeworth that she mistook it for? You thought that I'd attract too much attention. We thought that it'd attract too much attention if we left together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again at the stage in the stadium. But then, as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone. Oliver managed to escape. Looked like he was waiting until I was alone. He also stole the gun from me at that time. And then the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard their plan to meet up at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pop saw the victim with her own eyes, which means the victim was still alive at that time. Wouldn't you agree? Why does that sound wrong to me? There must be something amiss about this account. Let's see what happens when I examine it a bit in more detail. I came back to the hideout.
Hold it!
When exactly did you arrive back at the hideout? It was after we had picked up the ransom money. And where were you up until the time you returned? I was scouting the park out and making preparations for our escape. I walked around in various areas looking for the best route. So each of them have their own roles to play. After I was done, I went back to the hideout. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. How did Lance look at that time? He looked shocked. He also looked a little down. And I saw that sadness in his eyes. Thank you, that's enough for now. And what of Mr. Deacon? What was his situation like?
Hold it!
You're sure that it was Mr. Deacon that you saw? Yes, I'm certain of what I saw. Did you go into the other room to check? Lance said it was best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, he's such a kind soul. And are you telling me that you didn't confirm that it was Mr. Deacon for yourself? I checked through the slit in the door that separates the two rooms. He had a bad badger head on, so I'm absolutely sure. That just had to be Mr. Deacon. She saw a bad badger head. It was Miles. Captive had a bad badger head on, so I'm absolutely sure it was Mr. Deacon.
Hold it!
So the tied up Mr. Deacon was still in his bad badger costume. Yes, and it would appear that she misread the whole situation. What now? Should I raise an objection? Yes. The person you saw was not the victim. What? Why not? I will tell you why not. With this. This, Miss Pops, shows us that the person you saw was not the victim. He was likely wearing one due to footsteps, shape, and lack of blood. Costume separated into head and body. This head was left in the isolation room. I like that they updated the info here. Blue Badger, Lauren, Proto Lance, and Bad was Oliver. Maybe I prove it was me? Somehow? Well, I can't just present myself. I'm not even on the list here. The person you saw was not the victim. I know what my point I'm trying to make is, but I don't know how to present it. Hmm.
Take that!
Okay, I overthought this. Miss Pops, the person you saw was not Mr. Deakins at all. Huh? The person you actually saw was this person. It's a me. It was me. Huh? The person I saw was you, Mr. Edgeworth? I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnapper abduct me even after I had handed over the ransom? It's not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would just take the $1 million and run. But in the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at that time. Now, Lance, am I right? Ugh, that's... You showed Miss Pops a person, namely me, with the bad badger head on, and then made your costume escape together. Or so you pretended. Huh? What do you mean he pretended? Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape, and then doubled back to the hideout. Probably to come and remove the bad badger head from my unconscious self. And to create his fake prison with the prop sword, he then escaped via the passageway. Hold your tongue, boy. Don't get caught up in that tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth. Tidal wave? We've heard a lot come out of you, but I've yet to see a shred of evidence. The victim's betrayal and his subsequent detainment. All of that could have happened while you were out cold. That's right. You were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor. Even if that were the case, Miss Pops would have still seen me tied to the beam. I was scared of Mr. Deacon, so I didn't go into the next room. So I really have no idea if you were in there or not, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, it would seem you can't prove a thing. Ugh. Hold it. Who said that? Please, wait. Mr. Amano? Ho ho ho! It's time to kill the vibes. Miles, my boy, looks like you're really giving it your all. And Lance, it's not good to cause trouble for others. Dad? Let's see. You're the one in charge of the investigation, correct? Yes, that's right. I'm sorry that my son has been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you. Oh, do you now? Is that what I think it is? 2 guns. And it's wet. It's the bad badger costume that the victim was wearing. And a gun. I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went and found these myself. It appears that they were disposed of in the sea. Is there no one in this country who actually obeys the law? There, now. Agent Lang, please calm down. Huh? What the heck is that scrap of paper? This appears to be a letter from the Chief of Police. Please allow Mr. Amano complete freedom to do as he sees fit, it says. What? The chief of police? What the? Just who does he think he is? The person who wields the highest authority in this area? Oh, there, now. There is no need to be so upset. Heh. I'm not a cop from this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country. Now. This wasn't meant to be a strong-arm you or anything, just a request. I'm only asking you please respect the law of the land. I can't really say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand. It doesn't matter who found the evidence. Its value remains unchanged. Alright, now let's take a look at this new evidence. I've already got the results back. At a special forensic research lab, I'm on good terms with to conduct the tests. They verified that the blood was on this costume belongs to Oliver. As for the gun, the only fingerprints they could find were yours, Lauren. What? You disappointed me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son such stress and heartache. Thank goodness I was able to find the final piece of evidence. With this, you'll have no reason left to push my poor boy around. That's it? He's the case-making piece of evidence? Huh, I'll be the judge of that. What's this? Looks like there's something inside the costume head. Yeah, they sparkle. I bet they're really valuable. Sorry, but they're just pieces of mirror. But why are they here? Mirror fragments. They were found inside the victim's costume. Why were they there in the first place? This bullet hole looks kind of burnt around the edges. Wait, those burn marks were left by the gunpowder. This is a most important fact. Why is that? Because it's proof that the victim was shot at point-blank range. Damn. Could this be the gun? Could this gun be the actual murder weapon? Revolver. Used to kill Deacon. Was originally stolen from a guard by a victim during escape. Well, are these not the most definitive piece of evidence you've ever seen? Thank you, Dad. This should be enough to convince even Mr. Edgeworth over there. Nope. I'll make you eat those cuffs. The size of evidence. Make no mistake. There are fingerprints on that murderous gun. And they prove that it was Lolly who killed Oliver. But Oliver was also... I definitely need some more water. Okay, I'll be right back. Just enjoy the music. my poor throat from all this talking, this dialogue reading. Anyways, just Oliver was also after Lolly's life. So Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense. The fingerprints on the weapon, huh? Oh no. This isn't helpful at all. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I want to do is save Lolly. But in the end, all I can do is watch on as she takes the punishment for her crimes. That may be all you can do, however. I still have a case to solve and a job to do. The job of unraveling your insidious lie. You wound me. Why won't you believe me, even in the face of all this evidence? Because you killed him. For money. And you have another girlfriend, maybe. But probably just dead. Anyways, I don't think I can reasonably catch you up on the plot of this game right now. Arctic Freeze. Just know that this guy here probably killed this guy and is trying to pin the blame on her. So we're trying to sort things out. Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun.
Hold it!
Those fingerprints. Are you sure they belong to Miss Pops? There's no mistake about it. Through my connections, I have the best forensic techniques money can buy performed. Man, I don't know. I don't think I would have the scumbag as a boyfriend or a friend. Well, I don't know. I think Lauren is kind of a fanatic. She got a ring pop and that's all she needed. I found that to be a bit peculiar. What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yes. Her mineral pop. Yep. Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Pop's prints should be on that gun to begin with. And the reason why Miss Pop's prints should not be on the gun is... The model gun was ripped from the Bad Badger's costume. It's capable of firing blanks.
Take that!
With this piece of evidence, there's no reason for her to have left prints at all. I'm wrong. I don't even want to read this dialogue. Even if she did it, there's something specific that makes it impossible to leave prints. I mean, I guess the the costume wouldn't have left prints. Thank you for the context. Don't worry, you don't have to catch me up in the whole thing. Okay. No problem then. That proves that it was Lolly who killed Oliver.
Hold it!
You sure are calm for someone who's accusing his own girlfriend of murder. Yeah, they're wrong. Allowing her to pay the price is a form of love. She says that she also wants to pay back her debt to society, but Oliver was also after Lolly's life.
Hold it!
And why do you believe that the victim was set on taking Lolly's life? Or Miss Pop's life? I think it's because he wanted to silence her. To keep her quiet because she knows the truth behind the kidnapping. In that case, why did he not target you as well? That's because he knew that if he killed me, he wouldn't be able to control my father. Oh, right you are. Even if it cost me millions, I would have had the killer found. I believe he didn't kill you for an entirely different reason, however I digress. Look, more than why he didn't kill me, I'm worried what'll happen to Lolly. No, you're not. So, Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense.
Hold it!
Justified self-defense. I suppose that's a possibility, given the circumstances. Really? Oh, thank goodness. However, self-defense was not necessary in this case. What do you mean? Miss Pops is innocent. She didn't do anything. So why would she need to defend herself for nothing? You still don't believe a word I say, do you? His entire argument hinged on the fact that her fingerprints are on the gun. However, the truth does not lie there. It lies in whatever he's hiding from me, but not for long. He's hiding something? It's one of these last two.
Objection!
The music did not stop. She didn't have to be in self-defense.
Objection!
You're lying, Lance. Even you must have realized that by now, Agent Lang. Hey now, Mr. Prosecutor. I'm not your pal, or even your ally. It's your line of logic, so explain it yourself. Sorry. Damn, I thought I was making progress. Look, just hurry up and get to the point. It's not like I've got all the time in the world. So you say, but you're not exactly at liberty to leave either. The family resemblance is those earlobes. Yep, sure is. Fingerprints on that murderous gun.
Hold it!
Used to kill Deacon, was originally stolen from a guard by the victim during escape.
Take that!
I'm dying. I'm dying.
Hold it!
Sure they belong to Miss Pops? Zero, no! There's no mistake about it. The reason why Miss Pop's prints should not be on the gun is... it could be stolen costumes. Because the fact that she was wearing a costume, why would she have fingerprints for a gun? Right? I'm two wrong answers away from dying though. I'm feeling the pressure. This makes the most sense. Is your voice going out from too much voice acting? More like just reading out loud. I haven't really been acting at all. I don't know if this is actually the right thing to do. I feel like maybe the self-defense angle was the right one to go with. I'm going for it.
Take that!
Thank you. Free me. Heal me. It's simply not possible for Miss Pops to have left any prints on the murder weapon. Because while she was at the stadium, Miss Pops was wearing a costume. Huh? That's what I was trying to point out, like, 8 hits of damage ago. I kept pricking the wrong thing. But there's been no mistake. We found fingerprints. Well, Miss Pops, do you remember touching the gun at all at any time? Ah, yes. As a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit back in the hideout. I handed it off to Mr. Deacon when he and Lance left for the haunted house. To retrieve the ransom money, I suppose. And there you have it. That is when Miss Pops' prints found their way onto the gun. Grr. Money. Do you understand now, Mr. Amano? Fingerprints do nothing to prove that Miss Pops is the murderer. But you still don't have any proof that she isn't the killer, right? You seem very adamant about insisting that your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer. Oh, Lance. What? No way, I'm incredibly worried about her. But that doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right? That's where you're wrong. I have the evidence. What? How? The story that Miss Pops killed the victim on the stage in the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true, because that was not the real crime scene, but a setup. This proves that the murder weapon was not... that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. The glass. Please. Don't talk to me. Please. Then the scenario where the victim was on the stage, Pops was down below. There must be something that invalidates that. Wait. What'd you say? It must remain calm. If the murder did not happen at the stadium, then the scenario where the victim was up on the stage and Miss Pops was down below, there must be something that invalidates that. Blood entered his abdomen and exited through his shoulder. Body was removed from somewhere. The reason it couldn't be the stadium is because Because... I want to say because of the mobile, maybe? The proto one is still not accounted for. So maybe this was done way earlier, before the rain happened, to get rid of the tracks. That doesn't make sense. Maybe. Any ideas in chat? While I'm at 1 HP. Oh, wait. Right. He was shot point blank. If he was at the stadium, there would be a little bit distance.
Take that!
Let me take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. And I believe you will see why I insist he was not shot at the stadium.
Take that!
The burn around his bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point blank range. Ah, so then you mean the murder Miss Oldbag saw at the stadium really was? Yes, she saw two people, but they were separated by a distance. If the victim was indeed shot from below the stage, there shouldn't be a gunpowder burn. Ugh. Heh, look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants Prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us where the real crime scene is in? Lance set me up to look like Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that. And they were at the haunted house, so maybe that's it? It's okay. I figured it out, kind of. Barely. The location where Lance and the victim were at just before I was imprisoned was the haunted house, right? I'm scared to click. This is the only place that makes sense. We've already discussed why it isn't the Wild West, or the stadium. The main gate really shows no sign of murder. And they were at the haunted house before they jumped me.
Take that!
I think it's not unreasonable to assume the murder took place in the haunted house. The haunted house? Okay, good. Yes, and I approve that it's highly likely the victim was killed there. What proof that the real scene of the crime was the haunted house? The mirror fragments.
Take that!
These were inside the costume the victim was wearing. They were fragments of a mirror. A mirror? And what does that have to do with anything? Indeed. You don't exactly expect to find a piece of mirror instead of costume. Yes, that's actually pretty dangerous. However, there's one place I can think of where there's a plethora of mirror fragments. And that is the haunted house. Lance Amano, I propose you killed Mr. Deacon with the revolver in the haunted house. After that, you stole the Blue Badger mobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. The timing of when the Blue Badger mobile was stolen confirms this as fact. Keep sweating. It's gotta be at that pirate boat. Definitely. Miles, my boy, say no more. I'm sorry, Mr. Amano, but I cannot do that. Be quiet. Yes, please, do something. Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense. Man just pulled the famous clue phrase. Ernest Amano, correct? I meant you. Now be quiet, Gramps. How dare you? I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. And to call these mirrors bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Sheena, wasn't there a mirror in the kidnapper's hideout? Yes, there was a mirror there. A mirror that's for the haunted house. You see, isn't it possible the fragments got into the costume there? But Agent Lang, there's no fragments on the floor, so the probability is very low. Probability? Ha ha ha. Lang Z says, one truth's path, the word probability does not exist. On truth's path, the word probability does not exist. The only thing that does is definitive proof. The question is, Mr. Prosecutor, do you have the definitive proof you need? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you? I have accused Mr. Colonel Mustang used the gun in the haunted house. Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place at the haunted house? The answer is no. See? So since you don't have any, shut up. I don't have the evidence yet, but I'm certain the murder occurred around the time I turned the ransom over. At that time, the only people at the haunted house besides myself were Lance and Mr. Deacon. If I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house, I did indeed say Mustang instead of mustard. I was thinking of Full Metal Alchemist, I guess. Then I can prove Lance's guilt in connection to the murder. What now, Mr. Edgeworth? Agent Lang, I have a special request. Yes? I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house. We're doing another investigation? Why? What in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission? Or why? Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth. Alright, permission granted. But you're not to touch a single thing, got it? That won't be a problem. All that's important to me is that the truth be brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it's done. Tch. Sheena. I'm here. Put in the paperwork for the authorization immediately. Understood. I'll go get the Gatewater Group approval. Hold it. Who was that? Now. Let's hold on for a second. There's no need to obtain approval. Mr. Amano? Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this. What is this? Sheena. It's the deed of the haunted house. To the haunted house. The deed? Read it out loud. Gatewater Land Inc. hereby bequeaths the property known as the haunted house to Mr. Amano for a lump sum of $1 million. Paid in full in cash. What? Ho ho ho. As you can see, I'm now the legal owner of the haunted house. Are you kidding? Just throw money at the problem. There's a saying that if your earlobe is big, then you're going to be rich. Oh, that's why they have that design choice. Interesting. Are you kidding? When did you... I ran into the owner of the park earlier. We made the deal almost immediately. How quick things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye. That $1 million you paid. Don't tell me it was... Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? Wow. Poor Rhoda, getting her suitcase roasted. I don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back now. You used the ransom money? My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So I do believe I will forgive him. After all, he did return the ransom money. That's the way things are. So if you would please discuss things with me from now on. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course. While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Amano was out there preempting us. Permission to search the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. Agent Lang, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you should hurry on home now, my boy. Before I really lose my temper. Ugh. Mr. Amano definitely has the deck stacked in his favor in here. What should I do? If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever. Final confrontation. I hope so. I am dying. But we survived. Clutchworth survived with 1 HP in a dream. If I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene, then the truth will be lost. If they don't heal me, if I'm stuck at 1 HP, then I'm gonna lose it. If I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene, then the truth will be lost. Hold it. Hold it, hold it. Hold it. Okay. Try save. Well, I already saved just now, so I can always load back in, I guess. Plus there's like an auto-save system, I think. So I can just load back. Okay, never mind. My last save is an episode ago. Well, it's fine. We'll just... Wait, reader? Oh. For a second there, I thought they were gonna read it for me. I thought my lungs would be saved. I was wrong. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing spacing out? Poisoned by the Loeb family. Oh boy. Have you forgotten? There's only one thing you should do at a time like this. What is that? Use the little thief tool. When the people are in a bind, the hero of justice appears to save the day. Look, you just leave it to me. For I'm Faraday. Kay Faraday. The second of the great Yatagarasu. And I thought you were a thief, not a hero. Yatagarasu is noble. It is always a thief of justice. That's... of course. Faye Faraday. Yep. That's her name now. Alright, Faye, let's go. If you have enough information, we can recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Plus, if we then factor in everyone's testimony, we can recreate exactly what happens when I dropped off the ransom money. We may be able to figure out some new information through this. It's worth a try. Agent Lang. So you want to use your little toy? Be my guest. Okay, hang on. You're all about to witness the true power of a real, modern-day Robin Hood. Detective Gumshoe. Is there a copy of the haunted house blueprint among the police reference documents? Yes, sir. We got it just in case we need it for the kidnapping. Alright, I'll input the haunted house data then. What is this? Where are we? Yeah, get technologied on, old man. The future is now, old man. I barely know this series, but I do love Gumshoe. Do know I love Gumshoe. Gumshoe's a great character. What is this? Where are we? It's like we're inside the haunted house. Even if you can't inspect the real location itself, the path to the truth slumbers here. If I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately arrive at the truth. Now then, I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. Okay, what should I recreate first? You haven't figured it out yet? Heh, maybe I have, and maybe I haven't. I'm gonna make you do all the work. Very well. I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. The two of them were definitely in this place at that time. If I can verify that, it may provide me with a new lead. I just come out into the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room. At that time, I saw a badger slumped over on the floor at the end of the hallway. Eh? What was a badger doing all the way down there? I also thought it was strange. However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was set there for atmosphere. Do you know which badger it was? No, it was too dark to tell. All I saw was its silhouette. In that case, I guess I'll just program a badger silhouette in for now. Well, we know it was Proto-Badger, which was Lance. That's a bit of dramatic irony. Because for some reason, Edgeworth has no sense of urgency. It just turned a blind eye to a potential threat. Okay, program complete. Then I start walking towards the exit. And then you were struck from behind, right? Yes. That's odd. The hallway's a dead end. Where did your assailant come from? There's one location I can think of. I'm still at 1 HP. Help me. Help. Help. Heal. I believe my assailant was lying in wait here. What am I even... Wait, he came at the mirror? Like, using the dining room? I just... Okay, hold on. Ambushed by my abductor. Two of them were definitely in this place at that time. There was a badger slumped over. That was probably dead. Dead Deacon.
Take that!
You see, what I meant to say was... my finger slipped, definitely. He was definitely over here. That doll I saw wasn't really a doll. It was in fact a costume kidnapper. Oh, so he used the costume as a perfect camouflage to blend in with the rest of the house. Precisely. He waited until I had made the drop off and was about to leave. Then just as he saw me take a step towards the exit, he stood and launched his attack. I could think of no better hiding place than this. Hey, not bad. I'm beginning to think I should steal this tactic for myself. Just don't use it to do anything criminal, okay? That visual is kind of funny. Well, Lance? What are you asking me for? As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you the chance to confess first. I was one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. I did come up to the haunted house, but I never set foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money. He didn't set foot inside. Is he telling the truth? Or is this another lie? Alright, then you're claiming that it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me. Yes, I'm sure it was him. Okay, I'm putting the new info now. Mr. Deacon was the Bad Badger, right? Since the Bad Badger had a gun attached to its right hand, I'll have to change it so the weapon is in his left hand. Now to verify the facts of this recreation. Let's just save again. It's a replica of myself. You were totally oblivious to what was behind you, huh? Yes, I suppose I'm also to blame for what happened to me. It's incredibly dark. It's all the more reason I should have been more alert. I vow to never be caught by surprise again. Yeah, I doubt it. This visual. It definitely wasn't this. You didn't recreate the weapon. Well, I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. So tell me, what were you hit with? I was hit with like a sword. The attack came from behind, so I have no idea. But I doubt it was someone's bare hand. Okay. Then where were you hit? I was hit on the right side of my head, just above my temple. There's a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious. Ouch, sounds painful. Why are you smirking like that when you say it? It's just your imagination. Now, let's see. I wonder if there's anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon. There's a sword.
Take that!
I have it. There is indeed one such object lying there in this hallway. A prop sword. Are you talking about this thing here? Yes. Although, we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait, yes. It's possible that the culprit took it with him after using it on me. To leave no evidence behind, right? Correct. Maybe worth a more thorough examination yet. That's what I meant to say. Desk for prints. The culprit was wearing a costume at the time, so a fingerprint analysis is useless. Let's run a luminol test. It's possible that some of my blood has found its way on it. Agent Lang. May I ask for your cooperation in this matter? Like I have a choice. Sheena, call the lab boys. Understood. Except for a dab on the left side, it would appear that the blood is spotless, or the blade is spotless. So it must have been the left side of the prop sword that hit you then, right? Uh-huh. I'll update the recreation. In the next instant, this badger will swing his left arm, complete with the weapon in hand. He has to club me with the left side of the prop sword. Should I recreate the moment of impact? I want to see the pained expression on your face. It's just fine the way it is. Wait, maybe not. It's just my imagination or something not quite right. It's me. I have to say, it's rather embarrassing to see myself like this. Oh, so what were you thinking about at the time? I don't recall. But I would guess I was thinking about the kidnapping. Really? Because I don't think so at all. Your face practically screams, I'm about to get conked over the head. If I had known that at the time, do you think I would have let myself be hit?
Eureka!
Finally. I found a clear contradiction of facts about this sword. Except for a bit of on the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, the culprit has used his left hand. The blood would be on the opposite side. The opposite side, huh? The culprit had held the sword in his left hand. Then the sword's right side would hit. I see. The blood was on the left side of the sword, right? Which means that he used his right hand to hit you. Exactly. This prop sword has a large handguard attached on the hilt. It would be impossible to hold it with two hands while wearing a costume with such big hands. Therefore, if it couldn't be the left hand or both hands, then it had to be the right. I'll change the data to reflect this. Not yet, Kay. There's no sense of changing anything yet. If you change the parameters to the right hand, it'll only create a new contradiction. Changing the prop sword to be the culprit's right hand would conflict with what? Well, it would conflict with the fact that the Blue Badger has a gun in his right hand. As for the evidence to prove that, I mean, I guess we present the victim's costume?
Take that!
Or we could have presented this as well. I guess. The Bad Badger always holds a gun in his right hand, so he can't hold a sword in addition. Hey, that's right. Then what now? If it wasn't in his left hand or right hand, it means that the one who struck me could not have been the Bad Badger. Are you paying attention, Lance? Ugh. Mr. Deacon could not have been the one who struck me, which leaves only you as our primary suspect. Ugh, fine, it was me, I hit you. It appears you lied to me yet again. But see how quickly they catch up to you, Lance? Wait, isn't Lance left-handed? Ah, yes. But that's what makes this description all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one to strike me. For you see, firing a gun with one non-dominant hand is difficult. But that level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. Ugh. Okay, please input this new data. The one who hit me from behind was Lance. Or should I say, the Proto-Badger. You got it. Here I go. Now this is how the scene actually went. Now we have a faithful recreation of the situation around the attack on me. Alright. All we have to do is examine this new recreation in. Ha ha ha. And what exactly is so funny, Agent Lang? That amusing little gadget. It sure packs a punch, right, Sheena? Yes. It was all I could do. It was all I could do to hold my laughter in. I bet you laugh. I bet you laugh. Hey, don't make fun of Little Thief. You mean old werewolf. You and Mr. Edgeworth bring out the best in each other. You've had your little fun, but now it's my turn. I've sat quietly by, listening. But the crude conclusion you two keep spewing don't whet this wolf's appetite. There's no guarantee that your toy will always show the real situation at any given time. All it displays is whatever information you put in there, right? Well, when you put it that way... Your superstitions are wrong. It's not your fault, so I'm gonna let you in on this. There's a trick to this haunted house. And what may that be exactly? A trick beyond what your tiny imagination can produce. Sheena. Here you are. Now then, what you miss, girlie, is written right here in this pamphlet. The 7 Wonders of the Haunted House. The Disappearing Badger. What is this? I'd say that someone around here is fond of theatrics. And as you can see, they set a doll down at the end of this hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll. How could this be? Guess that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out the window. Ugh. But that can't be right. Maybe the culprit hit the doll somewhere. And then he laid down and pretended to be it instead. But the criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway. How could he hide in a giant doll? Do you get it now? Thanks to your presumptions. Your logic started off weak and led you to the completely wrong conclusion. Now get off your high horse. Mr. Edgeworth. Okay. I wonder if you would please input the new information for me. You don't know when to quit, do you? I can't quit, not until I can declare that I found the truth. Agent Lang, for the additional information, you have my thanks. Tch. There you go again. Well, see if I care. Because I don't. Stupid. Okay, I'm inputting the recreation now. My eyes. That looks really weird. Look at how it changes from the blue badger into the proto badger all of a sudden. If the slumped over badger was just a doll, where was my attacker hiding? Well, that's what we're going to find out, right? So come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go. Yes, let's. This recreation can't be right, which means there must be a contradiction somewhere. This is where Proto Badger showed up in a recreation. Yes, now the question is, where did he come from? Yes, there's no place to hide in our current model. There must be an inconsistency somewhere. This guy's just chilling. I won't rest until I've inspected every... blah blah blah. Blue Badger is just a doll. For use in this haunted house. I bet the one who killed this Blue Badger was the Bad Badger, right? According to the Blue Badger Bible, it says that they are each other's worst enemies. All because one's an ally of justice and the other one's a vile criminal with a gun. Perhaps they were just destined to fight each other. Much like the Steel Samurai and the Evil Magistrate. What exactly is there to deduce here? We never found out who the other Proto Badger was. Look at those void eyes. I feel like the Proto Badger is the evil one. I know, right? Thing looks so cursed. Like, this one's just chilling. Look at those dead eyes. Well. What can we deduce? See if you can find and experience them all. 7 Wonders of the Haunted House. Disappearing Badger. Seeing is believing. Okay, what about this? Why won't they heal me? You take a look around, it almost feels more like a house of mirrors. Indeed. Who's ever heard of this many mirrors inside a haunted house before? Well, at least we know this is a real crime scene thanks to these mirror shards. Mirror shards. Like a mirror haunted house haunted house hybrid? This place is full of mirrors. Hey wait, these shards. There's something different about them. Oh? The ones we found earlier are thicker than the shards from these mirrors on the wall. And look. There's some sort of design in the back. The pieces from that costume are certainly different from the other mirrors. What does this mean? Could it be that our pieces are not pieces of these mirrors? I'm not reading this. Get me out of here. It's the Proto Badger who struck me. I suppose I should really say that it's Lance. Are we gonna get him back? I need not resort to violence when the lawsuit I plan to bring to court will suffice. Really? Because I would totally have decked him right back. If someone steals from me, I steal something from them. If I get hit, I hit them back. If I get paid, I return the money. That's a secret to how a great thief works. Her third statement doesn't seem to be much benefit to her survival. Pieces of a set of armor are in a pile here. Why do you think they almost always have sets of armor inside haunted houses? I suppose this sort of interior design is meant to bring out a sort of abnormality. Why do all your explanations have to be so hard to understand, Mr. Edgeworth? Now try to explain it again, but this time so that even a thief like me can get it. That may prove to be a most difficult task. This is all I have. Mirror shards, like a mirror haunted house hybrid. This place is full of mirrors. But so what? I'm sure whatever I deduce from this thing will give me the other piece I need. What is there to deduce, though? Something one of each badger in the park. Try to get the whole badger family. Does Blue Badger have something that's related to mares? Or glass? Doesn't really seem like it. There's simply nothing here. I don't even know what I'm, like, trying to prove here. Let me read these again. Where did he come from? There's no place to hide in our current model. There must be an inconsistency somewhere. You know, this kind of seems like a hidden entryway. All right. What can we deduce here? Let's talk to the old man. Actually, you know what? Let's talk to Kay. How's little thief? Totally fine in recreating the crime scene. All that's left is more info. But you know, I can't believe I'm recreating a haunted house. And that we're talking about the fate of $1 million. Pretty exciting stuff. I can't say I understand what's so exciting about recreating a crime scene. In any case, I believe it's very probable that the murder occurred at this place. And if I can prove that, then we will finally arrive at the truth. I think I got it. I'm gonna save first though. In case my finger slips again. There's only one of each badger in the park. So, between the doll, Lauren, and Officer Meekins, there are 3 blue badgers, but there's only 2 costumes.
Eureka!
This is not it. This ain't it. Don't you want to see the ending for 0 HP? No. It's gonna be a long sentence of "You suck." Miles, you stink. So I don't know if I want to go through that. Yep, exactly.
Eureka!
Just do it. Look, we all know you're just chasing your delusions, so let's stop wasting time, alright? You don't want to... You want to suspect me, Mr. Edgeworth? But you haven't got a single shred of evidence. Ugh. Now. I say we let the courts resolve the rest. No. A few days later, Lance was acquitted of all charges due to lack of evidence. Thus, the truth was lost for all eternity. There. We don't want that. He must go to jail. For his earlobes alone. I don't feel like I have everything. Maybe I do need to talk to the others. Can't believe that I'm seeing what I'm seeing, sir. This space that I'm standing in, it's like out of some crazy dream. Except that this isn't a dream. This is something K's gadget. No, wait, this is exactly like a dream, sir. Never been so impressed. It's a miracle. Someone sure is easily impressed. So glad you like it. Oh, so this is the product of your gadget? Now I wish I had one too. Well, once this is over, I'll let you play with it for a bit, if you want. You do that for me, pal? Thanks. Alright, let's wrap this case up already. It's times like this that I wonder if you understand the seriousness of the situation. It's a Proto Badger. No, I meant to talk to Mr. Lobes. Miles, my boy, what is the meaning of all this? Do you plan to pay me back for all I've done for you with the conviction of my son? I've never owed my debt to you, however, your son's crimes are a separate matter. Further, I can't ignore the truth when it's right before me. You'll regret this, I promise you that. No matter the outcome, I never regret the choice I make. You can lie all you want, but it will all be for naught, Lance. As soon as I expose the truth, you'll be placed under arrest. How can you do this? After all my dad has done for you. What your father has done for me is unrelated to the charges you face now. Unbelievable. You know, you sound kind of like a bully right now, Mr. Edgeworth. If I'm not serious about this, he will never understand the true gravity of his crimes. I'm loving this locale 90% for the music. Get used to it, because we're stuck here. I will not allow him to remain a child forever. Haha, now you sound like a dad. This is all like optional conversation. So if you notice anything worthwhile, I have no obligation to talk with you. Well, I'm fine with just little thief in solving this case. That toy. It's very well made. Haha! That's because it's the heart of the noble thief, Yanagrasu. Okay, that may not be something you want to advertise to everyone. So, Sheena, what exactly is the source of this extra-dimensional, like, space? I believe this is nothing more than a projection from that girl's toy. So just an illusion, right? Yes. Hey, don't treat this like some sort of silly light show. Okay, I just gotta throw deductions at this thing.
Eureka!
Hold on a second there. There's something wrong with this blue badger. Huh? Like what? The way the belt is on him is opposite of how it should be. Oh, that's it? His belt is backwards. I see. How could I be so blind? The way the belt is on him is opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake? Can't be. I inputted the image data exactly as it is in the pamphlet. So then, why is the blue badger dressed up in reverse? It's a mirror. Maybe. Blue badger in the pamphlet is wearing his belt in reverse direction. He's kind of in the same pose aside from the belt. Blue badger in the pamphlet photo is in reverse to the regular blue badger. But why? There must be some sort of explanation. I sure don't know. Oh, I didn't realize we got another note here. Because of the Mariners. Okay, do you remember what you said earlier? What I said earlier about what? About how this building might as well have been a House of Mirrors? House of Mirrors? Oh, that'll explain the reversed or mirrored image. Yes, this blue badger might be nothing more than the reflected image of a real one. Then was the blue badger you saw just a reflection? When I looked down this hallway, I thought it was perfectly straight. However, if there was a mirror... Oh, then it would have actually formed an L shape, right? Precisely, I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black. And there was a beam in the way that obstructed my view of the other hallway. Wait, but why build this place like that? It sounds pretty pointless to me. Okay, this house is just another attraction at the amusement park. They created a mirror wall for a very specific purpose. One I can point out to you. This was the reason they built a mirror wall. The disappearing badger.
Take that!
As it's written in the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction is the mystery of the my god, my tongue. The mystery of the disappearing badger. You mean they built the mirror for that trick alone? But you said you saw the badger. So it was definitely still there. That was true at the time, however. Doing this allows someone to make the blue badger disappear in a flash. Move the mirror wall. To remove a reflected image, simply move the mirror. First, the mirror was constructed so that it could be moved. Then beyond where the mirror was, an empty hallway had to be created. Oh, so when they wanted people to see the blue badger, they would open the mirror. And when they wanted to hide it, they simply had it closed again. That explains why the other side of this of these fragments have a design on them. Ah, and if the pattern is the same as the other walls in this hallway, then when the mirror is closed, it would blend in with the rest of the walls. This is the mirror trick that this haunted house employs. And this also proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit. Huh? How so? Think about it, Kay. There was a place that was that was outside of my field of vision. The culprit kept out of sight by hiding here. Here.
Take that!
There's a very large blind spot, one I could not see beyond, and it was there. My assailant hid on the other side of the movable mirror. Then you wouldn't be able to see him. You didn't even need to do anything to the Blue Badger doll. Exactly. All you had to do was wait for me to move to the other side of the mirror. Or wait for me on the other side of the mirror. Wait, hold on. I just thought of something. Yes? Well, shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now in reality? Since we have a few shards of it, we can probably assume it is. Yes, it most definitely is broken. The question is, when was it broken? When he got shot? Since we found these inside the victim's costume, that would mean the victim was there when the mirror was broken. Wait, that sound. Leave the money and go now. I forgot about that sound. Okay, you didn't need to play it twice? That sound I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Okay, I'd like you to input some new information. Ah, don't scare me like that. Sorry, but I need you to recreate something for me. Sure, whatever you need. So, what do you need anyway? If you could first recreate this hallway just before I entered the dining room. You got it. Now then. Okay, so the Blue Badger now matches. Wrong button. Now it matches with the typical design. Now this, I believe this is how it was right before I entered the dining room. Although at the time I thought it was but a single straight hallway. And then I went inside. It's around then that I heard the sound of a mirror shattering. You heard what? Then, yes, I believe it was then that the mirror was broken. Okay, so then when I stepped out into the hallway again, the mirror wall should no longer exist, Kay. Please recreate that. Got it. Wait, but with the mirror gone, the culprit lost his hiding spot. So how did he go in his proto-badge suit, Mr. Edgeworth? Huh, that's easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway. Little demon. I think this about wraps it up. Looks like we finally solved everything. No, not yet. An even larger contradiction has now reared its head. Well, where was the Bad Badger outfit? Huh? Perhaps you didn't notice, but this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. The inconsistency between what I see... I'm saving. Heal me. The inconsistency between what I saw in the recreation lies... The inconsistency between what I saw and the recreation. Well, when he came back out, there's supposed to be another one hiding here, or another one sitting here. Do I click here though, or do I click here?
Take that!
Here, huh? Are you sure that contradicts what you saw? Ah, well, it's sort of mostly, okay, I'm just gonna... Where are my life shrooms? I do want to play the second investigation. Yeah, you should get the game. I'm sure you can do it faster than me. Alright, I guess we'll just...
Take that!
Here. So what I actually meant was here.
Take that!
The inconsistency between what I saw and the recreation lies. Where's the lie, Edgeworth? I thought it was the slumped over doll you saw while you were leaving. I'm sure Final Fantasy can take a minor break. Maybe a day. And then you speedrun the entire game. I just want to be healed.
Take that!
What do they want? Is it not the empty hallway? Am I crazy? Do I need to click the absolute end?
Take that!
I would say I want my points back, but I kind of okay, yeah, okay. No, Zero, it's slightly to the left. Prepare to die. Okay, take a look at the end of the hall. Oh, there's no blue badger there. That's what I pointed out the first time. Exactly, the blue badger that I saw in reality is not here. This is the final point on this long chain of logic. The last remaining contradiction. Yeah, good for you. I'm gonna just do that real quick. Why did we leave? Heal me. So let me get this straight. When you came out of the dining room, you saw a badger, right? And that is precisely where the final contradiction lies. Something that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who and what do you suppose it was? I believe this is the real identity of our mysterious badger. You. It's so sad to be hyped by the music, only to pick the wrong thing and explode.
Take that!
The badger I saw was in actuality the dead victim's body. Ugh. What? Agent Lang, the entirety of my complete logic is my final decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off. You consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of death for Mr. Deacon. No. Maybe it was due to their fighting, or perhaps it was the life-shattering bullet. But no matter what the cause was, the hallway mirror wall was broken. Ha! You were in the house at the time, right? Are you telling me that you missed the sound of a gunshot?
Objection!
There were a variety of sound effects playing at the time. All for theatrics, I assume. The gunshot must have blended right in. Ay-ya! Now then, I'd like you to recall something for me. Who is it that was with the victim at the haunted house? The ding sound, how does it make you feel? Pain. Trauma. Ugh. Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? It was you, Lance Amano. Ah! I can break these cuffs. I'm sorry. It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up on him. Or hung up with you. He shoved me to the ground and straddled me. I fought back as hard as I could, grabbed his gun, and I shot him. The bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror. If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hardened criminal. He escaped from jail. See, that's justified self-defense. My boy was only trying to protect himself. That remains to be seen, and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Lang, I'll leave the rest to you. Heh, as if you were the one in charge around here. Guys, arrest these two, and get them out of my sight. Wait, I had nothing to do with the murder. The only person you should be arresting is Lance. Dad. Sorry, but you're not slipping away that easily, Mr. Ernest Amano. You tampered with the evidence so you could cover for your son. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Truly touching. Grr. By the way, do you know why I'm really here? And how could I possibly know the answer to such an asinine question? You wound me. I came all this way from across the sea, just to see you, you know. You came to see... me? What's that supposed to mean? I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Amano. About a case from 10 years ago. A case from 10 years ago? Oh, what's the name that you use here for that case? Sheena. It's known as the KG-8 incident. Oh. The KG-8 incident. I think they referenced this in episode 1. Oh, so you remember it. Good. Then you'll recall that the trigger in that case was the Amano Group scandal. Specifically, the charge on an internal smuggling ring. Smuggling? There's that word again. At the time, the person who was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Amano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Deveray. Interesting. Ah, father. Even though you pushed the crime onto your then secretary, Mr. Deveray, I always suspected that you were involved with the smuggling ring, Mr. Amano. Mr. Deveray was arrested in place of you, which is why he broke out. Which is why when he broke out, you hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for his silence on your little dirty secret. Now. Be back in a bit? Okay. Please calm down. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Smuggling? Criminal activity? I would never. Look at my earlobes. Heh, pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct anyway for a nice long chat. Hold it. What the? Who the heck was that? Huh? What? Excuse me? That guy's... This guy was dead, and he killed him. What's happening? And who the heck are you? He ate his gold medal last time. What is happening? Is this out of order? I thought this case was the most recent. Oh, Jax. Or Jux. Thank goodness you're here. Don't jerk me around. This is an Interpol case, so keep your paws off my suspect. Sorry, but I can't comply. I've got the backing of the police, the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to court. So if you could please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. Now how about a handshake to seal the deal? Sorry, but I hate prosecutors. The whole lot of you. Guys, arrest the two suspects. Sir. Oh, I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is it? I'd like to thank you. Thank me? Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal. Hey, is that any way to thank someone? And what the heck is that supposed to mean? You were so relentless with Lance that you forced Ernest to tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate reason to arrest him. So, how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you? The hand that feeds me? I'm not sure I follow. It's no use pretending with me. You're the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that's working for Mr. Amano in the smuggling ring, right? No. I would never do such a thing. Tch, what the heck? Our intel's never wrong. In your prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working with the ring. It's clearly Jacques. So... I mean, not necessarily. Could be the final boss. So Agent Lang suspects my relation to Mr. Amano. That must be the real reason behind his antagonistic attitude. On top of that, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? There were non-stop rumors flying around about forged evidence with that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors too, are you? The courtroom is a place where the truth is revealed. Well, don't worry. It's not only you. The whole lot of you can't be trusted. Prosecutor who never lost in 40 years? Every defendant must be found guilty? Fueled by that kind of thinking? Is it any wonder that course produced nothing but falsified falsities and lies? Edgeworth would not dare disrespect the sanctity of the court. True. It would seem that his disdain extends beyond just me. Prosecutors, the court. Why is this man so angry with all of us? Rest assured, the next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. Where did you come from? So don't you forget it. Please wait. Agent Sheena. Why does Agent Lang hate all prosecutors so? Lang is the head of the Long-honored House of Lang in Sengfa. The heads of all police-related divisions in that country were Lang blood. Were? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still? They were revered, but that was long ago. They don't hold that sort of sway anymore. It was all because of the courts. How can that be? The prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence one of the Lang detectives found. The evidence's purity was tarnished and cost the Lang family its honor and trust. No, not all prosecutors are like that. Even so, Lang will never respect the court again, or any prosecutors. So Agent Lang is a man who hates all courts, is unwilling to forgive prosecutors. Man, what a piece of work that guy is. Come on, Jim. We better catch up. Yeah. We've still got to deliver that thing to the old man, after all. I'm so confused about the timeline. Detective Gumshoe, I believe it's time we wrapped up and headed out ourselves. Yeah. Are you going home, Mr. Edgeworth? No, I've done nothing but be entangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's alright with you, can you drop me off at my office? No problem, sir. Excuse me. Yes, what is it? That is, thank you very much. It's okay, no need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective. I guess I was fooled pretty badly by Lance. And this ring pop. Oh, cruel fate. What's a woman to do when she's been hurt by the one she loves? To think I never realized my father was right there. I never said anything to him. I knew it. I'm a failure. There she goes again, talking to herself. Miss Pops, I wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping. No, I had no idea. Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance. Which means that from the beginning, he had no interest in the staged self-abduction. Wait, then why did he... bonus thing? I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Pops. Me? Lance realized that the two of you were related, which is why he used you as a hostage to coerce Mr. Deveray into cooperating. Father, as a felon, he can tell you of his real relation to you. However, as the Amano family butler, at the very least, he was able to watch over you. It was all he could do, but that was the shape of his overflowing love for you. Go on, speak your mind. That is... Thank you very much. You're welcome, although there's no need to thank me. No, Lauren, stop. I mean, this man's so much older than you. Hehe. Looks like you've completely stolen her away, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to go, sir. Your technique is way beyond the level of a great thief. What are you going on about? Wow, your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. Yeah, I mean, he still hasn't figured out who I am at all. If you hadn't remembered it all this time, I guess I'm just gonna have to say it. This isn't the first time we've met, you know. What do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgeworth? How do you know this girl? Looks like you totally forgot me too, Gummy. Gummy? Here, maybe this will jog your memories. I promised I'd return it to you one day, remember? That's... That single piece of cloth took me back, far into my past. To that fateful day 7 years ago, when I first met the then child Kay and Detective Gumshoe. The end. After almost 8 hours. Completing episode 3 without using story mode? I didn't know there was a condition for that. I'm kind of surprised Lang wasn't a part of the actual murder. But I guess he'll be involved in the other stuff. I guess he'll be reoccurring. Reminiscence is a flashback chapter. And I guess this will... I can already see that there's a key in this person's head. Kind of like with Kay. But anyways. We did it. One episode in one stream. We may have struggled, but we got there eventually. Honestly, a very complicated case. Maybe it's because I just did it in one go. It was especially mind-numbing. But it has some pretty good twists. I'm not exactly sure about the ending though, to where the butler just attacked him and he defended himself and shot the butler. But yeah. Or what's the deal with Jock Sportsman being alive and Jim, aka Buddy Faith, being alive still? I guess Jack didn't die, he got arrested. But yeah, I don't know what's up with this timeline. But I guess we're going into the past yet again. It's like one flashback after another. Anyways. Good night, everyone.